we do get your details so that we know exactly who is present in this meeting. A very good morning and warm welcome to everyone, all protocol observed. I'd like to greet our Honorable Mayor, our councillors, my esteemed colleagues, the administration, valued residents, ratepayers, stakeholders, and also our online community. We'd like to welcome you. This means that the event is streamed live on our Facebook and a YouTube channel as well, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm honored to stand before you as the Corporate Services Manager of Ezulwini Municipality. My name is Leonard Bennett, and I'll be your Program Director for today. Before we formally begin, allow me to share a few important housekeeping notes with you. To say the restrooms, ladies and gentlemen, are to the left of the exit points, both male and female, if you wish to use a restroom. To emphasize that the event is live streamed, so it is available on YouTube. We shared a link we will share with you again, and on our Facebook page for anybody who wants to reflect back on this particular annual general meeting. It is available for reference. And then also the annual report, ladies and gentlemen, is on our website. Our website is shared on the program. If you see at the bottom, www.ezulwini.co.za, under the tab of publications, you will find the annual reports, and the audited financials are also available for reference. These are documents that we'll be speaking to today, so please feel free to actually find them online. We encourage active participation, ladies and gentlemen. This is a dedicated session for questions, for contributions. In the agenda, you can see later on there's a part where you get to influence in terms of the budget for the coming financial year, and we really encourage you to participate in that particular session. We'll be doing things a bit different this year, ladies and gentlemen, so please allow us to be flexible. We will stick to the agenda. It's just a few items that we've been doing maybe in one way in the past that we're changing. For an example, the presentation of the annual reports will be done by the HODs, the heads of departments, instead of the CEO. But that's purely for an opportunity for you to participate and interact with the reports more extensively. Ladies and gentlemen, those are my opening remarks. I would like to now call forward Reverend Mazibugo, who will be conducting a short session, a prayer session for us. Maybe just to give background and context, that council has been planning to host an office prayer, and this is a perfect opportunity for us to pray together as a town as we move towards the end of the year and as we plan for the future of the town in the coming financial year. So without further ado, please, with a warm round of applause, can we welcome Reverend Mazibugo.
Allow me to salute the CEO of Ezulwini Municipality Council. Salute the mayor and the whole staff. Salute residents of this growing, I believe I would not be wrong to say, a city. And salute in particular the MP for this area, and appreciate the opportunity to stand before you this morning. Please relax, I'm not going to collect any offering. And don't be alarmed by seeing this picture to think I'm going to give a long lecture. It helps me when I conduct prayer or teaching to stick to what I have been asked to do. Greetings this morning. Because I'm a pastor, I greet you in the name of Jesus Christ. I can tell that some never see the door of a church. I can tell from the response. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been asked to offer a word of prayer. And before I do, I want to congratulate you. I've been told that you'll soon be finishing 30 years of existence as a city or town. And 30 years is not a child's play. So you deserve a hand of applause. We do notice that this place is growing leaps and bounds. Allow me to tease you with just a few points on togetherness. Togetherness. This is under a topic, leadership principles in 2025. Now, I asked my brother there to assist with operating, and he left it to me. Now, some of you may not realize that I'm a BBC, born before computer. Thank you very much. We all need mentoring. This morning, allow me to share with you briefly on togetherness. Some may wonder why togetherness. The word together is an adverb indicating when two or more people or things that are with each other, assembled in a group or united in goals. Together can also mean at the same time. Now, I promised it will come. Let me use mine. When we read Acts chapter 16, verse number 6 to 10, we find these words. Paul and his companions traveled throughout the region of Phrygia and Galatia, having been kept by the Holy Spirit from preaching the word in the province of Asia. When they came to the border of Mysia, they tried to enter Bithynia, but the Spirit of Jesus would not allow them to. So they passed by Mysia and went down to Troas. During the night, Paul had a vision of a man of Macedonia, standing and begging him, "Come over to Macedonia and help us." Verse 10. After Paul had seen the vision, we got ready at once to leave for Macedonia, concluding that God had called us to preach the gospel to them. Somebody clever came up with what he calls building blocks in life. And he says the first building block is coming together. And the second one is knowing one another. And the third one is trusting one another. And the fourth one is fellowshipping with one another. Any success, any progress, any development, any advancement that can be witnessed is when people understand these building blocks. You cannot fellowship with someone you don't trust, And you cannot trust someone you don't know. And you cannot know someone you have not met. That's why coming together is the first building block in life at any setup, at any establishment. If we want to make progress, even as a town, even as a city, those in offices, together with the taxpayers, the residents of Ezulwini, need to make sure that we do come together. That's why I applaud you for coming together in this fashion, and this is indicative that there is going to be more progress than we are witnessing at the moment, coming together so that we know one another and trust one another. And then at the end, we begin to fellowship with one another. And when we fellowship, that's when ideas for developing the town, that's when, good things, are birthed. Now, how do we do this? Allow me to say, one, we need to make sure that we see things together. Any establishment, any social gathering with a purpose must see things together. We need to hear things together. We need to feel together. We need to speak together. We need to defend together. We need to stand together. We need to move together. And we need to celebrate together. Let us pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you this morning for this gathering where Ezulwini residents, taxpayers, and the administration, municipality, have come together to reflect on how they've fared in this year. I stand as your servant to pray for this town, to pray for the CEO, to pray for the mayor, to pray, God, for ESCO, the whole office, to pray for the residents in the name of Jesus as they dream about this town, as they develop vision, as they craft strategies. I pray for your wisdom. I pray for unity. Unite these people. I pray for your grace to rest upon them. I pray for your mercy. I pray for your wisdom in the name of Jesus. Father, we know that nothing begins unless it begins with you. And nothing will finish, will end, unless you are involved. I pray for the spirit of patriotism. I pray for loyalty. I pray, oh God, for those sharp, active, lively thoughts to develop this town into a higher level. I commit these people individually and ask for your grace to rest upon them. Even as they begin this meeting this morning, I pray for the illumination of their minds, that they come up with ideas that will develop not just the town, but we desire to see growth in individuals, see growth in families, see growth, God, as a corporate, in the name of Jesus. I pray for safety. I pray for for support. I pray for standing together. I pray that each one of them have the heart and mind of seeing Ezulwini growing. Father, we thank you, we honor you, for we know you will do this because we have prayed in the name of your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
A round of applause for Reverend Mazibuko. Thank you, Reverend, for that gracious and guiding words. We really appreciate your presence today. Ladies and gentlemen, as we move to the next item on the agenda, the foundation of our municipality is built on leadership and vision, ladies and gentlemen. And now it's my honor to invite the Honorable Mayor of Ezulwini to the podium to deliver the official opening remarks and set the tone for the rest of the meeting. With a warm round of applause, Mayor, the podium is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I think I'm also one of those Labafana Babe Mazibuko, BBC. I always print my speeches. I never read from my iPad or my laptop. May I acknowledge the presence of our MP Masilela Ngakcela Babe ngehlonipha manusukuma batokubona. Acknowledge the presence of my fellow councillors, valued ratepayers and residents, community leaders present, Babe Mazibuko. I also want to acknowledge the presence of my colleague, the mayor from Ngwenya Town Board. Ndacela nawe mayor wami usukume bakubone. And I particularly want to also acknowledge the presence of some former councillors who are present today. They know themselves. I'll ask them to just rise and to thank them for supporting. Former councillors present today know themselves. I think they're being shy. Thank you. I also want to acknowledge all distinguished guests present today and those who are also present online. I also want to acknowledge media houses present. Acknowledge you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. I have a culture that when we gather in such a fashion, I always like to then introduce my councillors individually so that in your ward, you know who your councillor is, so that when you have a challenge, you know who to reach out to. So I'm going to give the mic to Dr. Mazibuko, and then it will move around the table. Please introduce such resolutions.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Edmund Mazibuko. I'm councillor for Ward 1. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ezulwini appointee.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bongile Mbingo from Ward 3.
Good morning, neighbours and others. My name is Darren Raw, Councillor Ward 6.
Sanmanan happy vel namhla libito lami ngicomfort ngakhlophe Ward 4 representative. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Sandile Dlamini. I'm a representative of Ward 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you again, councillors. I will now read the notes that were prepared for me. It's an honor and a privilege to welcome you all to this year's AGM for the year 2024-2025 fiscal year. I want to particularly underscore my appreciation to you, valued residents, stakeholders and partners in urban local government for your presence to this AGM today. As already mentioned by Mfundisi Mazibuko, this is a very special year for us as a town, as we will officially turn 30 years in November. If I had a glass in my hand, I was going to raise it to toast to the town and its residents, because I feel that the town is growing and it is evident to all of us. But because I don't have a glass in my hand, I will ask that we clap our hands again for this 30-year milestone. Thank you. As I address you today, I am aware that Ezulwini Municipality, along with with other municipalities, is currently in a period of providing feedback to their constituencies regarding the work accomplished during the 2024-2025 fiscal year. In terms of Section 8 of the Urban Government Policy of 1996, urban governments are urged to engage with communities they serve in order to gain a better understanding and, of course, to respond to community needs, clarify actions and policies, and also collaborate with local groups to implement programs that benefit the public. This AGM is precisely focused on that objective, but I must be quick to add that even though today is happening because of the provisions of the Act, it is not just a statutory gathering, but a celebration of our shared commitment to transparency, accountability, and progress. The Ezulwini Municipality, similar to other urban local governments within the country, fulfills its mandate through provisions of the IDP and other related documents, such as the Comprehensive Mobility Plan. In light of the changes in spatial development patterns that have been observed in the municipality over the recent years, the Council is also nearing the completion of an updated integrated development plan. The Council also expresses its gratitude to you residents who have contributed to the creation of this very, very important document, which we believe will enhance the quality of all in Ezulwini. Can I ask that we give ourselves a round of applause for that? Last year, we informed the public about the commencement of a new town planning scheme designed to assist us in shaping our spatial layout and ensuring our relevance to the spatial requirements of our communities. We once again extend our appreciation for the input received from the residents and stakeholders. This process is also approaching its conclusion before being forwarded to the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. As part of our agenda today, we invite you to make contributions on the 2026-2027 budget, whose development starts today. The AGM is a space for reflection, it's a space for dialogue, and it's also a space for forward planning. This morning, I am looking forward to open engagement, constructive feedback, not criticism, and bold ideas as we review our performance and we set the course for the year ahead. I'd like to take this opportunity again to express my appreciation to my fellow councillors who wholeheartedly dedicate themselves to ensuring that our town experiences significant growth and services the community in a transparent manner. It would be very remiss of me not to mention that as a municipality, we are very deliberate and intentional about widening the main road in the town, which is the MR 103. And we're also considering the introduction of tributaries, which are roads that will lead from the town and straight onto the freeway, which is the MR3. This is something that is the top of our agenda as a council, and we're discussing it with the Ministry of Public Works through our parent ministry. As I conclude my remarks, I want to leave you with this statement. Let us remember that leadership is not confined to the elected office. Leadership lives in every citizen who cares. It lives in every citizen who contributes. And it also lives in every citizen who holds us councillors to a higher standard. Together, we will not just build roads and buildings. Together, we want to build trust and hope for our town. Before I take my seat, may I introduce the very capable chairman of the Finance Committee, Councillor Sandile Dlamini, who will take us through the presentation of the financial statements. I thank you all for being here. Let us make this meeting count, and good morning.
Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Program Director. Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, it is a significant task for me. Maybe just not to leave anyone out, maybe let me go through the normal protocol. Let me recognize our MP for this area of Ezulwini. Let me also recognize the two mayors, i.e. Mayor of Ezulwini and Mayor of Ngwenya. Our fellow councillors, CEO and management, fellow residents of Ezulwini, the media houses, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. One of the fundamental items of an AGM is the presentation of the annual financial statements. It remains the responsibility of council to prepare and present the financial statements in a way that reflects the international financial reporting standards, which ensures that financial statements are consistent around the world. So what I'm going to be presenting here today, it is the financial statements that have been prepared by council. Council is further expected to engage the services of an independent external auditor to provide an assurance on the truth and fairness of the annual financial statements. So ladies and gentlemen, let me hasten to state that these financial statements have been audited by a reputable audit firm, Koblakwashi and Associates, who have expressed their audit opinion on the truth and fairness of the financial statements. According to their opinion, they have stated that these financial statements, in all material respects, present fairly the statement of financial position, as well as the statement of changes in equity and the statement of cash flows. So they've issued an unqualified audit opinion. It is normally a misconception when you say it is unqualified. What it basically means is that this is a clean audit opinion. It has been issued without any reservations. So it means it is a clean bill of health. So what I'm then presenting here, it is the audited financial statements with a clean bill of health. Now, this is going to be the highlight of the presentation. We are going to quickly go through the introduction, the financial highlights, then the two key statements, starting with the statement of comprehensive income, which basically shows the performance in terms of the revenue and expenditure of the municipality. Then the statement of financial position, which reflects the true financial position in terms of the assets and liabilities of the municipality as at the 31st of March 2025. Then I'm going to briefly touch on the challenges, then conclude with a summary. For any municipality or any entity that exists out there, in terms of accountability, in terms of transparency, there is a need to present the financial statements to the residents of Ezulwini or the owners of the company, if it is a company. So in our case, it is the residents of Ezulwini. It is mainly to show how the funds have been accounted for in terms of the Act, in terms of our Urban Government Act. As indicated, the financial year that we are talking about, it is from the 1st of April 2024 to the 31st of March 2025. So that is a full 12-month period. So that is the report that we are presenting here today. Starting with the figures, looking at the total revenue that is reflected there, this is the total revenue that has been made by the municipality over that 12-month period. Let me hasten to say here that this total revenue that we are talking about, it is only the rates that have been charged to residents of Ezulwini. That includes Crown land, that is government properties. So it is the rates, including a subvention that comes from government, which is around 873,000. I think those who have read the Sunday paper, not this past Sunday, the other Sunday, they may have seen that there was a figure which is different from this 873,000 that comes from government as a subvention that I'm referring to. There was a figure that is totally exaggerated, like 12 million. So what we get from government, it is 873,000 on an annual basis. The rest comes from the residents and the rates of Crown land. Now, that 33.8 million that we are talking about here, it is rates and the government subvention. There is another income that the municipality it is trying to generate from other sources. As we're speaking, we've got a figure of around 5.1 million that is coming from other sources, which includes interest income from those funds that we normally place in an interest-bearing account pending certain projects that have been earmarked in that particular financial year. So the total income that we are talking about for the municipality is around 39 million, which includes obviously the other income that is not reflected in that slide there. So when you look at that figure, there's been a slight increase from 32.2 million last year, and it has gone to that 33.8 million, and that is roughly 5.2 increase. So it does show that council is making all efforts possible to make sure that it generates other sources of income rather than 100% relying on rates. And that accounts for close to 14% of total income that has been made by the municipality. In terms of the assets, our total assets have increased as well. They are sitting at 157.9 million as we speak, and that is a 2.4 increase compared to the financial year of last year, 2023-2024. And we've got our surplus, which is 5.2 million. And there has been a decrease from a previous year of around 55%, and that is predominantly made of higher operational costs that we experienced this financial year because of a number of projects. One that includes the valuation role, which cost around 1.2 million, just that on its own. So that is just the key financial highlights. Going to the graphical presentation, we've got the shade on the right, on the left, sorry, that is 2025, and the other one is 2024. Then it shows that there's been an increase in terms of everything. It's synonymous with a growing town, of course. The revenue has increased there, obviously. Consistently, the direct operational costs have also increased, and the operating costs have also increased compared to last year. Same thing with finance income. This is the income that I was talking about, which comes from the interest that we earn from those funds that we've placed with certain financial institutions for interest earnings. The surplus, of course, has gone the other way around. Like I've stated, that there have been higher operational costs this year compared to last year. So that obviously, it tells us that the costs have increased to around 23.7% compared to last year. Proceeding with that, in terms of the assets distribution, maybe let me hasten again to correct that. When you look at the bar chart there, we've got 93 million, it's 93,695,000. And the trade receivables is 28,800,000. It is not necessarily 93,000. So what you see there is the distribution of the asset base of the municipality. We talk about property and equipment. That is obviously the largest contributor to all our assets, and that includes a number of things that I'm going to mention later. The 28.8 million, these are rates arrears. These are monies that are being owed by rate payers of this municipality. We are making all efforts to try to apply the Rating Act to recover that money so that we can continue to deliver the services and develop the town as expected. Then when you look at the financial assets, these are the funds that we've temporarily placed with financial institutions so that they earn some income pending certain projects that have been earmarked by the municipality for that period. Then the last one is just the cash and bank balances that are sitting in commercial banks. So that is normally classified in that manner. Now, looking at the equity, I'm not going to spend too much time on the equity because we are not about shareholding and things like that, but all it shows is that it is in financial health, because when you see the equity to liabilities, we're talking about a ratio of 33:1, which has increased to 53.1, and obviously that indicates that the municipality is in a very good financial position. Moving on to looking at those graphs again, it is just a small dashboard which shows the revenue growth over a 5-year period starting from 2020 to the current year. There's been a steady increase, as you can see that graph was starting around 28 million and it's been growing steadily up until where we're sitting to around 34 million now. Then the asset growth, of course, we have increased from 154 million to 157 million, close to 158 million. What is most important, what I was alluding to earlier in terms of the revenue source, you can see that slice, which is blue compared to the purple. Now, that is an indication of the efforts of the municipality in trying to raise other sources of income, not solely relying on rates. So we would like a situation in future where that will steadily grow so that it becomes a bigger portion of the total income that we are generating as a municipality. I'm not going to mention the last one, it's about equity. Then coming to the financial challenges and performance analysis, we're looking at the surplus. It has gone down, of course, like I've stated earlier, that it was mainly because of the higher operational costs. There's a number of projects that the municipality embarked on in this financial year, the past financial year, that is. In terms of the cost structure, again, we can see the direct cost and operating cost. Direct costs are those costs that are part and parcel of what the municipality is all about. That includes refuse collection, that includes depreciation of the trucks that we use for refuse collections, and many other projects that the council embarks on. Then, when you look at the slide at the bottom there, these are receivables. Like I was saying, these are arrears as at the 31st of March 2025. These are the rates that are being owed, obviously, by the residents of this area. They've gone down because, like I've said, council is making all reasonable efforts to collect the rates from the residents, and it has gone down from 38.6 million to 28.8 million. And obviously, this is an achievement, and it is also the contribution and efforts of those ratepayers that have made it their priority to pay their rates. And maybe let me also state here that the municipality has also availed a facility where those that are facing challenges, they can come to the office and make arrangements to pay on a monthly basis so that they reduce the money that is owed to the municipality. In terms of cash, we had 4.6 million on the 31st of March 2024, and that has increased to 7.6 million on the 31st of March 2025. And the liability position, of course, we have reduced our liabilities. Last year we had 4.5 million and we've got 2.9 million. In as much as we may have challenges here and there, ladies and gentlemen, we are in good health in terms of the financial position. We're making all efforts that we are trying to balance in terms of service delivery and development of the town with financial prudence to make sure that there is sustainability in the town. So this picture here shows that the municipality is in control of the finances. Now, looking at the statement of comprehensive income, I think I have stated earlier that the revenue that we're talking about, it is the revenue that comes from rates. So in 2024, thank you. In 2024, our revenue was 151,242 million, and obviously that increased by around about 5.2%. That is just a rounding off figure there. Then we've got direct cost, which again has also increased by 28%. Then we've got the gross surplus, which is 25 million for 2025 and 24 million this year. Then the other operating income, this is the income that I was talking about. There was a disposal of some few assets last year, and obviously that includes other income. Hence you see the 4.3 million, which is higher than what we have this current year because there wasn't much of disposal of assets. So the operating costs have increased, like I've alluded to earlier, from 20 million to 24 million. That is a 23.7% increase. And obviously, I've stated there was a number of projects that the municipality embarked on this past financial year. The operating surplus also came down from 9.4 million to 2.3 million. Then the finance income that I stated earlier has increased from 2.2 million to 2.8 million, which is a 30% increase. So the surplus, as we can see, went down by 55% from 11.6 million to 5.2 million. So that is the picture in terms of the financial performance of the entire financial year from April to 31st March 2025. Now, moving on to the statement of financial position. What is key there, we've got two key line items, that is the non-current assets as well as the current assets. So it is the addition of those two figures that then will amount to the 157 million that we can see there. The property, plant and equipment, basically these are your roads, these are your trucks for refuse collection, these are computer equipment that we use to bill rates and send you statements. And these are all the furniture items that we have to operate the municipality. So that will be under non-current assets. We say non-current assets because they extend beyond one financial year. So they are long-term within the control of the municipality. So we only have one item, which is the property, plant and equipment. Obviously, it totals to the figure that we can see there of non-current assets. Then we've got current assets. Those are the ones that are within one financial year, and hence we call them current assets. And they are made up of three figures. So the total is 64.234247 million for 2025, and is made up of trade and other receivables. It is the figure that I was talking about of Emma rates arrears. Then the financial assets held at fair value. These are the funds that we have temporarily put in an interest-bearing account so that we earn some interest pending the delivery of certain capital and other recurrent projects. And cash equivalent, this is the money that is sitting in the bank account. Obviously, when you receive rates, they go straight to that bank account. Then if maybe we haven't started certain projects, or we haven't received certificates, the money will be transferred into the financial assets line, which is the interest-bearing account. So the total of the two, which is non-current assets as well as current assets, will then amount to the 157 million, which is the total figure of our assets. Then, moving on to key financial position highlights. Of course, as it has been demonstrated in the previous slides, we can see that we are in a strong asset base, 157 million, which is quite significant. Our receivables have reduced. We are engaging all efforts to ensure that we continue to keep the municipality in operation by collecting our greatest source of revenue, which obviously are the rates. The debt reduction, we are extinguishing our liabilities. Those that are providing services to the municipality, they are in business, they need to be paid. So we're making all efforts to ensure that those get paid. We do have the available funds to do that, and we do not want to keep them waiting for their money for an extended period of time. And obviously equity is also growing, meaning that all the surpluses that in some years we make, they go to that account. Then the challenges, of course, as I've alluded to, is to ensure that we do collect rates. When we prepare annual financial statements, they are prepared on an accrual basis, meaning we charge rates and we recognize that income. And that income we're talking about of 33.8 million, it is the income that we have charged. But that doesn't mean it has been collected. It may happen that we have charged it, but a significant portion of it hasn't been collected. So hence we see that figure of 28 million sitting in arrears as receivables. So it becomes an asset because this is money that the municipality is entitled to, that it is supposed to collect. So that constitutes our first challenge. Then, as I've alluded to, in terms of the grants and subvention, we would like to develop the town at a much higher pace than what is currently happening. We would love to get more grants for capital developments, and if possible, we would also appreciate more subvention. The subvention that we're currently getting, we just use it for some projects because it is not as sufficient to embark on CIP projects that are much more bigger. So those are just some few of the challenges that are being experienced by the municipality. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much without wasting your time. Thank you. May I indicate that all questions be directed to this table here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Finance Chair. I'll ask the ushers please to circulate mics. If there are any questions, ladies and gentlemen, we are opening up the next 5 minutes for an interactive session regarding the audited financials that have been presented to you. Okay, there's a question from Councillor Stewart.
Councillor Stewart.
Yes.
Morning all. Yeah, it looks good on paper, eh? I've been going through your financials and I'm a little concerned about where council puts its money for interest. It looks like it's taken its bulk funds and placed them into one institution. I feel that a little bit disturbing because we've had, as you've seen in the papers, there's been a little bit of mistrust in certain funds. Now, don't you think it would be wise for council to split their bulk funds and place them in another institution just for safeguard?
Okay, any other questions? I'd like to take 2 or 3 before we provide responses. Going once.
Thank you very much, Mr. Stewart, for that question. A quick response, Mr. Stewart, to your question. We appreciate the question. We also appreciate the concern. There was a very good due diligence that was conducted by council when there was that consideration to place some of the funds in an interest-bearing account. The financial institutions were requested to come and do presentations to council. We understood the risks that that particular investment entailed. We have not necessarily invested the money in one financial institution. There is 2 of them, and within that second financial institution where the bulk of the money is, it is 2 different funds that have got different risks. One of the 2 funds is high interest bearing and the other one is on average. So we tried to spread the risk within those 3 separate investment vehicles. So one, I'll state that that particular financial institution has indicated that there's a higher return, there's a higher risk, but there is almost 0 chance of the money getting lost. We know the signs of a pyramid scheme and a Ponzi scheme. We can see the red flags, but I can assure you, Mr. Stewart, and obviously the residents, that that money is in very, very safe hands. We can never be worried about it disappearing. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm seeing no more hands. Finance Chair. Okay, there's a hand.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sorry to pose this question because I have not read the detail of your financial statements, but I was just curious as to what percentage of the interest income does interest charged to ratepayers who are not paying on time, if significant at all. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. According to the Rating Act, where there has been a default in rates, especially if you are not having a particular engagement or installment that you've agreed with council, then according to the Rating Act, it is 15% of your balance at that particular point in time. Thank you.
Of the other income. I just wanted guidance on how much you're collecting on that particular income line. Okay, where I'm headed with this is I'm wondering why really we should feel this Lizembe Latin when we are generating fairly good interest income ourselves. And please, the Rating Act, thank you.
Okay, thanks. Because it's a specific, we will check it. Unfortunately, let's rather look at it as the means that you are providing as residents for us to be able to do the work that you expect to be done within the municipality. It then distorts and doesn't give the latitude to say we are providing a service on behalf of the residents. And the Rating Act we cannot be able to push away, but to modify it as has been ongoing. Thank you.
Okay, I'll open up for, I see 2 last questions. Mr. Stewart?
I've noticed here council has a depreciation on land and buildings. Why doesn't that also apply to the ratepayers?
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'll take the last question as well, so we respond once.
Hello. Thank you, sir. I'm interested in knowing what's Ezulwini worth now, as opposed to last year, and I guess interest, from my side is, therefore, how does it impact the quantum of rates subsequently that you collect, stemming from the value differential? Thanks.
Okay, the first question.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Stewart. I'll just take the first one on the depreciation of council land and buildings. Maybe firstly, the land does not necessarily depreciate, but only the buildings. Then when it comes to the values of residents, it does, but then the period it's based on the valuation. So if your property in 2018 was 1 million, but because it's based on the land and the buildings, you find that the value of the building will depreciate, but then the land will definitely go up. So that's why you may find that when you look at your property, it doesn't necessarily go down because the land keep on appreciating. So the appreciation of the land then offsets the depreciation of the structure. So it basically does. And when the valuation is done, your property is normally based on a 60-year period to say the expected life period of it is 60 years. So if it goes 20 years, then the building will depreciate based on the 20 years on a straight line. So it basically does, but then it's within the different valuations. So from 2018, then it has depreciated in this current financial year. So you can see on the value of your property in the valuation, unless you have done some maybe upgrades on the property. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. I will respond to the total cost of the properties in Ezulwini is sitting at 4 billion. Sorry.
Okay, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Would like to move to the next section of the AGM, which is the presentation of council performance reports. And we will start off by welcoming the, sorry. Okay.
Thank you very much. I am, it's very brief. I'm talking from a layman's point of view on the issue of land depreciation. I just want to ask a question. The issue of termite infestation in this land, does it not depreciate the land? Because according to me, I think it does.
Thank you for the question.
Thank you for the follow-up. When we engage the consultants for the valuation of the properties, it's mandatory that they do proper inspections in terms of your land to say maybe it's a swamp, maybe there are termites and everything. So when compiling that report, so it is taken care. So you may find that the value of your property or the rate per square meter of your land may not be the same value as someone else who doesn't have the termites. But then we do acknowledge the question, and we also advise that as residents, we have to make sure that we at least attend the valuation court, because that's when such conversation are relayed to say these are the conditions that has been looked up to into your property, to say maybe there's a stream, it's rocky, then the rate per square meter, it then decreases. So it is taken care. It do reduce the value of your property.
Just to add a few, we would like to urge all the residents of Ezulwini to come up during the evaluation court so that they can be addressed there. That's the only place where we can address those such terminates thing. But otherwise, if you have come to the evaluation court and reported that or justify how is your land is, then the court is able to do adjustments. As an office, we do not have mandate to change after the general evaluation. Thank you.
It seems there's a follow-up question.
Yes, thank you very much. It is a follow-up. According to the way I understand the termites, they come, let's say I don't have them at all in the beginning, but they come from outside into my property and do damage to the land. I can't do my garden because they are in the garden. And also they go into the house and do structural damage. So I just think, it's something that needs to be attended. I'm not making a big issue, but I'm suggesting that please let's look into this proper. There are people who are qualified in terms of how to deal with this, and I think Ezulwini Municipality can actually do that. But I think every time we discuss this, because we have been into that evaluation court, and I think it's pushed aside, and the answer that I have received is that, the residents must take care of it. No, this is something that should be done by everybody because it comes from outside when you're just sitting there. So that's my comment.
Thanks, Maggie. I think the comment is noted. There was a study that was carried out by the municipality on termites, and yes, there are issues because it's a spread over certain parts of our municipality. I think the issue of then how we then get to deal with that is the one that maybe we need to look further on. Otherwise, currently, it has been sitting with the property owners. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the office is still around for further engagements. During tea break as well, please do engage with the office. I'd like to move on to the next part of the program, which is the presentation of council performance. And first, we would like to welcome the CEO, who will be presenting on the administration part of the council performance. So with a round of applause, please welcome Mr. Matoza Shongwe, our CEO.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to write on the protocol that has already been established by our MC and also by the mayor, but please do allow me to recognize presence of our MP, Babe Masilela, our employers, the mayor, and the councillors, and our former councillors also. Mayor Yasengwenya Town Board, you're welcome, sir. Babe Hauser from the US Embassy, thank you for being with us. Mfundis Mazibugo, Reverend, thank you also for sharing the word, and special greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to this AGM. It's always important for us to be able to create the platforms that are necessary to look at our performance. The mayor said without criticism but constructive feedback. It is important because if we are to grow, your feedback becomes very, very necessary at this time and also during the course of the year. So thank you for making the time to come here. Unlike the last 2 years since coming to the municipality, I will not be presenting all of our performance. Instead, we will be sharing that with the HODs. One of the reasons for that is part of our way of building up our capacity from the EXCO level, but also, just like the mayor did, to be able to introduce the people who do the work on the ground, so that you get to know them and you also get to relate and interact with them whenever there's a need during the course of the year. So what I will do is just to look briefly at our governance, and then also the highlights. The detail of the highlights will be in the individual department reports. And then I will also look at a few of the challenges that we have faced during the 2024-2025 financial year. It's a great relief for me to only spend limited time engaging by sharing the platform with our EXCO. So our governance structure, as you will note, at the pinnacle is yourselves as residents. I think last year when we had Mr. Hlanze, one of the things that he mentioned was that the relationship at council is that members of the community take out funds and then assign council to represent them in ensuring that those funds are used on the basis of what they desire to see within the community. The representatives are the councillors, and the councillors then find people, search out for people who will be able to implement those things that are required. And those people who implement basically become the management of council. So at the pinnacle are residents who give out an instruction to council, which has been already introduced by the mayor. I think during the time of introduction, we didn't have Councillor Jabulani Matonsi. Maybe he could also indicate that he is in. Thank you, Baba Matonsi. So at that level, we have councillors whose mandate actually comes from the Urban Government Act, where it is clear that you have elected councillors and you also have appointed councillors. Because the municipality runs on 6 wards, so 6 councillors are elected and 2 are appointed by the minister to bring whatever balance on whichever areas that the minister deems necessary. And then the people who are then supposed to run on the mandate and the resolutions of council, it's the administration. I think in our slide, we have missed out a direct report to the town clerk or the CEO, which is the social services department. Otherwise, we have an EXCO made up of corporate services, Mr. Bennett, who's our MC, Kolile Mapanga, who is our public health and environment manager, Putuma Shongwe, public works and engineering, town planner, which is Sitlem Kajwa Dlamini, and our treasurer, which is Ntombizotwa Vilagati. Our other manager, who sits as the head of the social services department, is Ms. Martha Matenjwa. Now, I'd like to just go back a bit here. The mayor has introduced or asked the councillors to introduce themselves. It's really important because when I get to the challenges, I think one of the areas that we need to look into is the fact that at what level we as Ezulwini are not interacting enough. We are not engaging enough. And we need to be able to make use of the councillors who are here, who represent you at ward level. I think for 2 years running now, if not 3, we've been calling for meetings at different wards, and we haven't had good attendance. Now, what that does is that it limits, and figuratively probably, it limits your voice, it limits your input into council. And then we end up with this platform as probably the only platform where we are able to engage. I am therefore asking and requesting us as residents, let's make use of our ward meetings, because it is through those meetings that we will be able to better fine-tune what you expect from a position of service delivery. So please know your councillors and please engage with them, because it is very, very important. What are the things that we have achieved during the course of the year? I will only take highlights around that. We've seen the rehabilitation of Mtenga Close and Mantenga Drive, which has been completed. I think residents around Ward 3 would have noted that the northern end of Mantenga Drive was rehabilitated. There's a lot of water in that underground within that area, so there had to be some major rehabilitation works to balance it out and to allow drainage that won't affect the road. We've also converted, I think it's about 74, 75 of the HPS lights to LED, which basically says high energy consumption to low energy consumption and better clarity on our roads. So these conversions have happened in different parts of the municipality. In the engineer's report, he will even indicate which are the areas. And then, as the mayor has already indicated, we started on a new town planning scheme, which talks to the spatial outline of the municipality. We've also, during this particular year, 2024-25, we started on ISO for improvement in terms of our business processes. And we've also worked on the integrated development plan, which basically looks at how we outline our strategy as a municipality. Both documents are due for completion not long from now. And then from economic activities that we've been able to do, we've hosted 16 flea markets during the course of the year. These flea markets are important for local economic development, where they support our SMEs, the businesses that run at low scale within the municipality. They are there and they are helpful for others to be able to put food on the table. And then we've been able to procure a skip truck, which we are looking at utilizing for improved waste management. And then our separation at source program under public health and environment has spread. I think we had started off with a pilot on Ward 4, and we have increased. I think during the year under review, we had actually added, pardon? No, now we are adding all the wards, and then we added about 3 wards during 2024-25. I'm looking at the public health and environment manager to check if my figures are correct. And then from organizational excellence, I've already indicated we are working on ISO for certification purposes during the course of this particular year. And then in terms of your barometer for staff, we were able to negotiate without any fanfare our wage structures with our workers. I think at times we speak less into matters which touch on HR and IR, and yet they are very important. One of the things that we don't want to see within council is disruptive or disruptions within service delivery. And that can be a source which is either outside of council or it can be a source within council. So it's important for us to ensure that there is clear stability within our workforce, because at the end of the day, that stability is what also attracts people to come into our town for various reasons. So this, we've brought it in just to say we have those engagements on a yearly basis, and the more harmony that we create within our workforce, the better it is for us. Then we are able to run and focus on the things that we are all employed for. And then other strategic achievements, I've already mentioned the development of the IDP, Town Planning Scheme, ISO. We've also run a few wellness programs, both internally and externally, which means under our corporate services manager and also under our social services department. I've said this, I think, last year, and I'll also say it again this year. Our social services department, which is run by Ms. Martha Matsenjo, is geared towards looking at wellness activities that ought to be enjoyed by residents. Now, what we are seeing is that there is less buy-in from residents within this particular department and the activities that they carry out. And I think global trends are showing us that we are more pressured as people, whether on the home front, whether on the corporate front, we are more pressured. And then we have rising issues around mental well-being, which needs to be addressed. And this is why this social services department is important for us. But we need residents to be able to buy in. Can I just ask Martha to stand up so that you can be able to engage with her even today? This is Ms. Martha Matsenjo. She runs the social services department. She needs you to be able to come in and say, what are the programs that you need to be able to deal with wellness, 360 mental health, and any other social areas that we need to be able to develop. Thanks, Martha. So can we please make use of this department? I think one of the issues at council when we meet, there's always the question of how many residents are participating. She's responsible for home-based care. She's got a team of volunteers that she works with. So if there's someone at home that needs to be catered for, including provision of anything, is it adult diapers, is it counseling, that department is important for that. So let's please be available to use it, because it is available to be used. I think the other areas I've already touched on. And then our challenges, I've already mentioned this one, low uptake of social services. Then we've got continuous issues around overgrown vegetation. Our request really is to say, as a property owner, take care of your yard. Take care of your property. One of the areas of revenue which we end up collecting funds from is when we have to come in and clean up on your behalf. There's revenue generated, but that's not the way that we want to be running things. Each one of us must have used a bar of soap or shower gel or something to get here. Why? Because you want to keep your body clean. When we take care of our properties, we are keeping our town clean. The issues around termites, we won't know. Is it because of vegetation that is now decomposing within properties, and then it begins to spread throughout the town. You know, so we do look at this one seriously. I may talk of snakes and other disturbing species around, but I also recognize that we do have lovers of snakes within council, so I won't put snakes as a negative thing. But we do need to take care of our environment. I think that is the message that we want to really highlight. And then around infrastructure, I think the mayor has clearly articulated in her remarks the issue of the MR 103. We in 2.5 years ago, we signed off the comprehensive mobility plan. And one of the things that it articulates is that we need to be able to widen the MR 103 from Mvuchini probably all the way up to the circle next to Lobamba police station. We are seeing more and more vehicles on the road, which causes congestion in the morning hours and in the evenings. So we need to be able to widen that MR 103. But because we are in engagements, we hope that we can be able to finalize this year and then from there on be able to build up on that. Talking of roads, we also continuously have that issue of privately owned roads or right-of-ways, which we need to penetrate so that we are able to improve our road network within the municipality. So these, in a nutshell, are our challenges and our accomplishments, but the detail will come in from the other reports. Thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'd like to open the floor to 1 or 2 questions from the report that has just been presented to you. Okay, there's a question.
Good morning. Thank you so much, CEO, for your presentation. I'm a resident from Ward 2, Mr. Zindela, and my question is on the invitations for the social welfare events. I've attended one. I forgot how we found out about it. I think it was on the municipality group chat. My mother told us we were not on it, and then she sent it to us. But I think generally there's an issue with communication. I think it's a communication issue. I think most residents do not receive the communique to be aware of these events. I'd say it's a minority of us who actually know what's going on. So I think an improvement on that, I don't know how the communication strategy could be improved. The second one is just clarity on the advocacy in terms of limited help from government concerning MR 103. What kind of advocacy? I don't know what that means. Maybe you could enlighten me, because maybe I'm not a lawyer. So are you saying that you need to get more litigation on board, or you just need the support of residents to support you in some way, and how can we help you with that?
Okay, thanks, Mr. Zindela, for the comments and the question. I think we are noting the issue of communication in terms of the events that we host as a municipality. I think we continuously update on the basis of information that we received. So for instance, with the registration that is ongoing now, corporate services will then be able to upload if there are any new contact details that we are receiving. Otherwise, we definitely put on the WhatsApp group and via SMS. So if you are not receiving any contact or communication from the municipality, please let us know. You can just indicate on the registration desk outside so that we are able to update our contacts. The issue of advocacy, I think we we are just indicating to residents that there are ongoing discussions in terms of our infrastructure network. They tend to drag for a long time. And the net impact of that is that the congestion that we see can never be explained or done away with until there is conclusion on those engagements with public works. I also sit as the chairperson of CEOs for all municipalities. We have engaged with public works, and where they are sitting now where they are sitting now is that they need funds from finance. So they've requested the Minister of Housing, whom we are engaging through, that there be a tripartite, Minister of Housing, Minister of Economic Planning, and Minister of Finance, because the issue of national roads like the MR 103 doesn't affect us only. It also affects all the other municipalities. I think last time I've made mention of Nkoselhlaza in Manzini. That's a national road. And yet when you look at it, it doesn't give the face that Manzini wants to have. But it's difficult for them to put in resources on it because it's a national road. So you have these challenges throughout the local authorities within the country, and hence there's a need for that continued engagement until we find solutions. But the solution is actually easy. It's government providing the funds so that these roads are upgraded and then handed over to the municipalities for the municipalities to then maintain and ensure that they are operational at all times. Thank you.
Me again. Talking about the road, I think it would be good for business people who are situated on the road to have a look at those plans of widening the road, because we need to analyze how it's going to affect our business. So, as you say, it's easy, get the funds from government and do the road. We want to see what you've done, because you'll modified the road by the ICC, and it takes me an extra kilometer to go home. Did you take that into account when that road is widened? No, you didn't. You just did it. And this is what we say when council must engage the residents to see what's good for the residents. We live here. We also want to benefit from wider roads and everything, not for road just to be developed and then it affects us. Sometimes good, sometimes not so good. Anyway, that's enough on the road. The other thing is overgrown plots. I mean, council keeps preaching and preaching, oh, we'll take you to court, we'll do this. Why don't they just go in and clean the grass? It's part of their policy that if you don't cut your grass or you don't maintain your plot, council will do it and will charge you. During the winter, about 2 months ago, town's council staff came and did a fire break near my property. You know, they took it upon their hands to go and make a fire break so it doesn't affect my business. But it's not for them to do that. I appreciate what they did. Why wasn't the owner of that property engaged to do something like that or maintain their property? I applaud the environment lady. She went out of her way and did a fire break at council's cost. Was that cost taken and charged to the owner of the plot? Because the plot is still a mess. We're going into crime season now. Plots are overgrown. We are going to have lots of robberies and burglaries. and people are hiding in these plots. I think it's up to council to take a firm stand and go in there and do what they need to do. Please, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Okay, we'll address these three from Mr. Stewart and then move on to the next one. Yeah. The issue of improvement on our road infrastructure and the engagements on that, I think it's a fair comment, Mr. Stewart. We will indicate that there have been engagements at times. Probably we didn't capture everyone around that. And the issue of that particular area which you're referring to is an ongoing one. There has already been design which have been looked at, working together with the Minister of Public Works. Now it's about getting the funding around that. So we will ask that if there are businesses that have not been included in that conversation, then our engineering department will have to engage with those business people. Thank you. And then overgrown plots. Council had gone through the process of cleaning up and then charging. And then we were hit with a snag from a number of property owners where they refused to pay because they said, we did not send you to do that. And it is because of that that we are forced to go through the court route so that we get a court order which then enables us to legally charge you, and it becomes mandatory for you to pay. The easiest way was obviously to do the cleanup and then charge. But if we get that resistance, then we've got to look at how we can be able to recover council funds. Hence, we have to go to court for that process. It drags, it is really cumbersome, but we have no other alternative but to use that. Fire breaks, I think it's about two things. We can push residents to create the fire breaks. If it doesn't happen, then it will rest on us, because when we don't have a town, when we don't have the infrastructure, then it also hits all of us. And therefore we must look at how we can be proactive in terms of doing things which ensure the safety of the municipality. But in this particular instance, that operation was led by the fire department, which has a mandate around issues of fire breaks and ensuring that fire is limited or its damage is limited as much as possible. So we work together with the fire department around that. Our messaging needs to continue at all times. Hence, we are talking of overgrown vegetation on properties even now. But yes, we thank you for recognizing that, but it's a continuous issue of engaging with our residents, but working together with our partners to ensure that the municipality is safe. Thank you.
Good day. I'm a resident in Goje Township, and I want to also address the issue of the MR 103 and other roadways. I don't feel that myself, I'm a pedestrian most of the time. I don't feel that that particular thing is taken into consideration throughout Ezulwini. Most of the people in this room obviously belong to a certain LSM group, drive cars, and yeah, just even the road that goes past the town council, those pathways are just way too narrow, and people are having to juggle and compete with cars and that kind of thing. And then tree coverings on the roadside.
Yeah, another thing is that it's not just the M1, well, the one that goes past the town council, but there are a lot of other roadways around Ezulwini, like the Mantenga Road, for instance. There is no provision for pedestrians. And Another thing that I would like to see is trees being planted along the roadways. That it enhances the aesthetics of the area, and it's also for the comfort and ease for the pedestrians.
Thank you. My name's Carl. I'm from the Royal Villas. Also, question pertaining to the roads. There was engagement a couple of months ago about extending our road in Shakabili Drive all the way to the MR3 from the 103. In fact, that is how I understand it, that potential extension of the road is what delayed the construction that's happening next door to us. So my question is, has there been any progress on that? Is that still part of the discussions with Department of Public Works? And just also to support the idea for the pedestrian walkways, it's also, you notice in Ezulwini, there's a lot of people that are into health and wellness. They find them jogging in the morning and the evenings. That would really help with the safety of using the roads for people that are also into health and fitness. Thank you.
Thanks for the questions. Pedestrian walkways, there's a plan ongoing because these are all of our road network, the improvements that are necessary. That is captured in the comprehensive mobility plan. I would encourage residents to go into our website and download that document. Comprehensive mobility plan. It talks to where the road has to be widened, including Mpumalanga Road, which is the one that passes council offices, and also it talks to widening of our pedestrian walkways and creation of new ones. So this particular year, we will be putting in extending actually our pedestrian walkways along Mantenga Drive, going all the way up to the Eswatini College of Theology. So that is an ongoing work. Hence, you may have noted what our finance chairperson said when he talked about the improvement on our infrastructure, the CIP, because those are the funds that you are able to then make use of, particularly around issues which are high cost, which is the infrastructure improvement. Tree planting point taken. I think we have had engagements within public health and environment management, where we are saying it's not just any tree that you want to plant. It must be a tree which talks to the environment which we are in. And then Shagambili, yes, it's correct. We have had those engagements with yourselves, together with the property owners just below. That is still an ongoing conversation. Unfortunately, the MP has walked out. Otherwise, he's also been part of engagements around improving that road network, but it is ongoing discussion. Thank you. I'm just also mindful of time. What I have presented are just snippets which are sitting on the department report. So can I ask that we hold our questions and allow the managers to submit what they've done for 2024, 2025, and then we'll have that opportunity to ask the questions there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the interactive session. We'll move on to the Corporate Services Annual Report presented by myself, Leonard Bennett, as introduced before. Without wasting time, the overview of the report will be the overview of the department and its alignment to the Integrated Development Plan, which is our IDP, Secretariat, strategy, there's information technology, communications. The only one pillar that's missing there is human resources management, with the future goals and achievements as well. So the Corporate Services Department, ladies and gentlemen, is responsible for 5 primary functions. within council, which is your human resources management, your information technology, communications, secretariat, and strategy. Looking at highlights for each of these pillars from a human resources perspective is that there's been an 8% growth, staff growth. There's been leadership development programs that have been introduced, as well as wellness programs targeted for employees. From an IT perspective, there's been network upgrades that have taken place within council, ensuring that we are able to service the community within acceptable timeframes. There's been cybersecurity training, as we know that cybersecurity has been quite an alert in the country and in the region, and there's also the introduction of a number of digital service platforms that we're piloting so that we're able to implement in the coming year. Communications-wise, there's been a 35% social media growth with the various social media platforms, including our LinkedIn, Facebook, and so on, including a number of surveys that we've actually undertaken in the year. From a secretariat perspective, the department is responsible for the recording, maintaining of minutes for the committees and the council meetings. From a strategy perspective, the department has overseen the review of the previous IDP, which elapsed in 2024, and the development of the new IDP, which is commencing from this year, 2025 to 2030, that is currently being developed. Performance against the IDP, the previous IDP, or strategy, as you would say. Objective number 10 was the staff performance. So we've successfully piloted a performance management system, awaiting the approval of a performance management policy that will improve staff effectiveness and accountability. And objective 11, which is the review of policies. We've reviewed a number of policies to ensure that we are relevant and we are keeping abreast in terms of best practice in the market. In terms of the future opportunities, we're looking at developing a culture survey in the year, and also making sure that we have a sustainable performance management system within staff, and also the IT risk assessment and recovery plan, which is quite vital in terms of business continuity in case there's a risk or a cyber attack on council, as we do hold quite sensitive data, and the data that we do hold we need to be accountable for, especially with the new data protection laws. Some of the challenges that we have encountered and addressed, obviously, is budget priorities, knowing that we are a service delivery institution, and then planning constraints as well, and also the skills gap through strategic training initiatives. The key accomplishments, as has highlighted, the staff growth has been quite structured and strategic within council in ensuring that we enhance public communication and successfully implement our human resources plan. And of course, as highlighted by the CEO, the effective wage negotiations that took place between the collective bargaining units, which is the trade union recognized by council. From an information technology perspective, there's been a number of network upgrades. We switched from a 1 gigabyte per second core switch to a 10 gigabytes to ensure that the new office block, the lower office block of council, is actually supported from an IT perspective. There's been a 100% migration to Office 365, ensuring that we use the latest technology in providing for our reports and for various other functions within council. There's been cybersecurity training and awareness within council in terms of phishing, in terms of online threats. And from a communications perspective, in terms of our social media, there's been a 91.1% increase with our total social media followers. And also the customer satisfaction survey that we ran was successful in terms of getting feedback from residents. If we move on to the secretariat part of the report, as stated that the department is responsible for drafting, recording of minutes, and ensuring that these records are available for future reference. There's been 32 meetings in total with 100% compliance in terms of the recording of those minutes and making them available if need be. As the CEO has stated, from an ITP perspective, we concluded, or the previous ITP came to an elapse in 2024 from 2019, and this provided a significant milestone to council, as it was a critical platform for us to reflect back and assess in terms of our deliverables and how we're able to achieve them and where our shortfalls were. We are currently in the process of developing a new IDP, and we've engaged a consultant. We started the stakeholder engagement process towards the end of last year. It's currently within council for finalization before we bring it back to the residents for stakeholder validation. Then it proceeds to the ministry for adoption. And once it has gone through those stages, it then becomes a guiding document for us as council, which means all resources and all plans for the municipality are then guided by this document, which is the integrated development plan for the next 5 years, which is 2025 to 2030. From a human resources perspective, as stated, that the department supports the various functions within council in terms of providing qualified and competent human resources, as well as motivation and high employee morale. And there's been an 8% increase from the previous year. We had 4 employees leave council in the FY reported, and all 4 positions were filled. All ExCo members were retained, whereas some of the departures were management positions which have been replaced within council. Their training and workshops, we try to differentiate or make sure that we categorize our training and development into in-house training. We have external conferences. Then we also have peer coaching, which we have introduced within the municipality. There's a number of employee wellness functions, initiatives that are employee-driven, that are supported by council. And the last one is within compliance and relations, which the CEO spoke to in terms of the successful negotiation of wage negotiations, and to also provide the assurance that our disciplinary processes within council adhere to the regulations and the labor requirements of the country. Speaking from an IT perspective, we've highlighted that in terms of cybersecurity, there's been enhanced cybersecurity awareness within council. We've also introduced new firewall protection for the end user security for 18 laptops. Within council, there's also been a cloud migration from physical to online, and backups as well, to ensure that we have business continuity, especially within the risk portfolio that council actually holds. From a communications and stakeholder perspective, it's to state that we've actually increased in terms of the rollout for our social media platforms and our social media engagements, where we demonstrated 35%, or our social media demonstrated 35% increase from the previous year overall, with specific highlights in terms of our followers, from 6,038 to 10,054, which is an increase of 91.1%. With our LinkedIn showing the strongest proportional growth from 1,267 to 4,535. Instagram as the same with 45% increase, and our Facebook steadily increasing at 24%. We do welcome these suggestions in terms of how to communicate better besides the social media platforms that we actually utilize. We also have an SMS service that we use to communicate important information to our residents and various stakeholders. The last is in terms of our future goals and objectives for the coming year. CEO has highlighted a few of those. In terms of performance management, to state that we want to build a culture of performance accountability within staff by having policies that hold staff accountable, by having a comprehensive performance management system, and having a culture survey that's almost like a dipstick in terms of where we are with culture, so we know what to improve, and this will be on an annual basis so that we continuously improve and move from point A to point B. From an IT risk perspective is to conduct the comprehensive IT risk and recovery assessment, which has been encouraged by ECOM with a lot of municipalities, especially with the cybersecurity threats that we're experiencing in the region. From a customer support perspective, is to establish an accessible customer support function to ensure that all stakeholders are integrated into our systems and we get feedback from the stakeholders and we actually implement it. From a talent management perspective, is to run a talent management system to support the human resources needs and to make human resources planning much more effective within council. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll open the floor for questions.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the reports. And my comment was on the report before this one. I appreciate the issue. In fact, it's directed to the Health and Wellness Initiative. The one for walkways has been attended to, but I am interested in knowing if there are any plans or thoughts. I did step out maybe in this report, I don't know, on a recreation park, for the residents. And also what I've seen in the past, I used to live in Babane. They used to have a nursery at the, by the municipality offices where residents would be able to get, say, some seedlings on plants or whatever, even ornamental, plants to just decorate their places. So I just think, that would help us. But having said that, may I also appreciate the initiative that was started on the elderly, health and wellness. I hope it's going to, continue, because I believe that if it can really be a good program, it can be able, to build up, the name of this place. I imagine if I'm young and I see the elderly people thriving well in the Ezulwini Municipality, then I would want to go and retire at that place. Thank you.
Me again. Council used to have a WhatsApp group, a two-way WhatsApp group where you could respond. I know there were some people who were jumping up and down. Why were they on the group? I think that was a good platform for instant responses. And I don't know, maybe council can think about bringing that back, because there's a lot of times you want to respond to something you've seen, but unfortunately it's only a one-way traffic. So maybe council can reconsider that thing, and the people who don't want to be on there must just delete themselves. Thank you.
I'm concerned about your staff retention, because it seems like every time I go to the municipality with an issue, I have to deal with a new person and I have to start all over again every single time.
Thanks for the questions. I'll ask our town planner to talk to the one of recreational parks, but there is a program, ongoing program by the municipality to develop all the open spaces that we have. WhatsApp group, for those wards that are able to come together, there is a WhatsApp group, and they are able to provide those, to have those interactions and engagements. I know for a fact that Ward 4 has got one. I know also for a fact that Ward 6 also has a WhatsApp group. I know that the residents in Ward 1 have also a WhatsApp group. We encourage those because they allow for more engagements, and then the councillors within those wards are able then to filter through the information to the office as far as it would be relevant for engagement by the office. Staff retention, I think, yeah, it's a challenging one. I think the observation is very true, that the turnover is a little bit high for a growing municipality like ours, but probably the issue is just there that we are a growing municipality. So the improvements or whatever capacitation that you provide to the staff makes our staff then to become attractive to other municipalities and other organizations. So it's that challenge, because at the same time, we are governed in terms of how much you can deal with in terms of your wage bill. And this is one of the things which council is all continuously looking at, that you shouldn't have a fattened wage bill which will result in poor financial management within council. So we are always having that challenge within that. I think since I have come in, there is at least one staff member who leaves, not because they don't like the environment, but because they are attractive to someone else who will be willing to provide better benefits than what we are able to provide as a municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO, and good morning. Maybe to respond to the question on parks development, it was in the report. I was going to discuss it more during the presentation of the town planning report. However, we are developing parks. The previous year, we developed one park within the Mugela township, and this is an ongoing program where we have different parks in different communities that we are working on. So it is an ongoing project. The nursery and plants, we have Pelham Garden that is located within Mountain View Township on lot 38. This place is located, there is a road just below the municipal offices, Umngozi Crescent. You go through that road, it will take you to Umdulwa Road and eventually to the Pelham Garden. They provide training, free training. They do have seedlings and as well as demonstrations on how to develop your own backyard gardens, organic gardens. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Thank you, TP. To add on to the staff turnover as well, is that we have introduced a comprehensive succession planning system within council, so that if there's somebody who leaves, the projects that the person took over, there's handover, there's engagement, and not only one person is responsible for projects. So we are trying by all means to make sure that there is continuity in business, even when there is an exit within council. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to move on to the next report, which is from the Social Services Department. I'd like to welcome Ms. Martha Matsenjwa. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. My name is Martha Matsenjwa, and I am the Social Services Manager, as introduced. All protocol observed. Today, I would provide an overview of our key achievements, ongoing initiatives, and future priorities. And I promise I will not be long. After all, you know, social services reports ain't exactly known for being thrilling bedtime reading. So I'm just gonna go through. So this is the overview. I'll start with the risk assessment. I'll look at the key challenges identified in mental health, sexual health, and community services. And then we would look at the program achievements, the major accomplishments in wellness, youth empowerment, and HIV prevention. And then from there, the performance data, thank you, qualitative results and impact metrics across all service areas. And also, we will then look at the future goals and, like the strategic objectives and the planned initiatives for 2025 to 2026. So let us look at the risk areas identified in our report for the fiscal year, the mental health and the workplace stress. So we have different programs, and one of them is the mental health program. It's a very important program for us as a social services department. One of the most important and the cross-cutting issues we've seen in that past year is the mental health, and it is no longer something that can be addressed in isolation. So it's something that really needs to be looked at and addressed. And mental health cut across all ages and backgrounds and professionals and income levels. So it doesn't choose if you earn a lot or you earn less. If you have a mental problem, you have a mental problem. It needs to be addressed. So if you know someone who is undergoing mental health issues, please contact the social services and we can see how we can help with that. And also one of the key risk areas also identified is the sexual and reproductive health. There was a survey, a random survey that was conducted at Gulp, and also within these points, Kona Plaza and also here at Gables, and it actually was looking at the condom usage among youth, and it was very interesting to look at how people's perspective is when it comes to condom usage and young people as well. So there's a huge gap in understanding exactly why people use condoms and the effective condoms are not used. So the misconceptions also on donated condoms and how this can affect our health. So if you would like to know the figures there, if you'd like to know the results of the study, we can talk about it afterwards. And also the community health system gap. So we also work closely with the peri-urban area. So most of these results are from the peri-urban area. And we notice huge gaps in the community health system in the peri-urban areas. And these actually are above the municipality because they are nation concerned. So, but when we go to meetings, we always address these community health gaps problems. And our major achievements is that we are actually looking at addressing mental health problems, including employee wellness, working together with the corporate service department. We've developed a wellness program in schools and workplaces. I see here we have Kobe, head teacher. We've worked very closely with him and Somjalose as well. St. Catholic over them and St. Mary's, and we created a safe space for mental health discussions with, high staff engagements that included the teachers as well. And also the youth empowerment and skills training. We successfully conducted a youth empowerment skills training and covered about 20 young participants, and established a youth representation in SRH and emotional well-being discussions. So let's look at the HIV prevention impact data. So we do distribute condoms in town. So there's a huge uptake in male condoms, about 127, 325 in the peri-urban and also the urban area. Then we look at female condoms, 1,175, that's a high-risk group. lubricants 1,985, comprehensive care. So the lubricants and the female condoms, as you can see here, there's a low number, and it really does indicate that people don't really understand the female condoms and the lubricants. They take no interest in that. But the male condoms are the mostly they're the mostly used ones amongst this group. And then we also do community service delivery, early childhood care in the peri-urban areas. We support 147 children within the 4 neighborhood care points called NCPs. And then we have a home-based care program covering about 456 home visits, actually. And health education. We do this within the town and also in the peri-urban areas, and just discussing about disease prevention awareness and non-communicable diseases. Now let's look at the strategic partnership framework. We work very closely with universities and NGOs, medical teams, including AHF, Damvelase, Baylor, and Clinic Group, and also UNESWA. The one that's missing here is the School of Theology. And then we also work closely with the KFC, Logico. They provide food, and we are much appreciative of that. And we also look at the peak program excellence. We've improved technical quality and extended program reach through strategic stakeholder engagement. Let's look at the key success metrics. We've discussed about the HIV prevention impact that we've actually covered a lot. We've distributed a lot of male condoms. And this is the mandate of the social services, and it's being guided by the national and the international protocols. So we are actually trying to cover ground on that. And then we look at the youth empowerment, 20 participants. It might not look like a big number, but I mean, if you have trained 20 young people, they also train other young people, and it's just a spiral. And employee wellness, we take pleasure in making sure that our teams are well taken care of physically in all aspects of the wellness aspect. And we are also interested as a department, the evidence-based approach. As you know, when you conduct programs, you also want to check if these programs are working. So we do surveys, we make sure that these programs that we are conducting are actually very effective or not effective. These surveys, they let us know if these programs are to be continued with or not. So lastly, we're looking at the strategic objectives. The elderly care support, and this is just our wish to provide monthly wellness checkups for at least 80% of the registered elderly residents by December 2025. There's a lady, a special lady that talked about the elderly program. It's a new program, and we really want your support in attending this program. It's great. It could be great. It could be greater even. So that's one of the new programs that we have at the Social Services Department. And then we're also interested in equipping at least 75% of young men and women in the entrepreneurship side of life. And also the mental health access, establish a proper referral system, ensuring at least 70% follow-up compliance for mental health support by December 2025 or even the following year. And I think this one is the most important one, the disability inclusion. Sometimes when we plan, we do forget to plan for the disabled, although I don't really like the name disabled for these ones. So it's very important for our municipality to include the disabled individuals, and this is one of the most important thing in our list every time when we try to design programs. And also the GBV prevention and support, assist residents in changing harmful gender norms and raise awareness and promote respect. annual communication satisfaction, guide service delivery, improvement, and food security and livelihood support. And lastly, the community mental wellness and teaching residents just signs of mental distress. Thank you so much for your time. I would like to open the floor for questions and comments. Thank you.
I have the mic here. Hi, Muzi Masuku, from Ward 4. I think your last slide, you sort of had youth skills training equips 75% of young men and women with entrepreneurship skills. And I'm wondering, 75% of what? Of what figure?
Thank you so much, Mr. Masuva.
Morning again. You talk about mental health. There's been an increase in, how can I put it, homeless people. I'll try and put it nicely. What is council doing about that? Because they sometimes a problem, and you know, they come around, they're hungry, you feed them, and if you don't give them enough, they want more. So has council got something planned for these people? As I say, they're all over Ezulwini, and there's certain times of the year where there seem to be an increase. So where do they come from?
Thank you.
Thank you. Ngihlala eGoje Township. My concern is on the youth empowerment, program. I was just thinking, do you have because you say you do surveys sometimes, do you have a picture of, in terms of numbers, of the youth that are lying idle within our municipality, so that it can help you when you start implementing your programs, then you can check yourselves if you are making any progress in that area. We are really having a challenge, as families to look after that. So we would really support, I would, appreciate, that kind of support. My question is, do you have a picture of how many? Maybe you are talking about 10 or 100 or whatever. That's my question.
Thank you.
I've noticed that there are some young boys who come from Lobamba in that street, the Mandenga, around Mandenga, College of Theology Street. And they approach the tourists and they ask for money. And that's something that I think should be discouraged because it's only going to grow.
Hi, I'm Cynthia Vivian from Ward 6. My question is, do you have boundaries for your social outreach programs? Is it within the ratepayers area only, or does it go to nation land, as in Lobamba? It actually touches a bit on what Mr. Stewart was saying, because a lot of the time it's the areas outside of the ratepayers area. A lot of people are in need of these services, and so I was just wondering if you set a boundary, or is it extensive over Ezulwini area?
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Beksisa Manyatsi, Ward 1. I just wanted to confirm, I've seen in other municipalities there's clinics. Is it in the pipeline, clinic for the municipality? And also I just wanted to get, you were not clear with the outreach programs, where they are in terms, I think with the same speaker, I just want to know where they are, so that we see whether you are doing CSI to outskirts or you are supporting the municipality inside. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Masogo. I'd like to respond to your question. The 75% is part of our wish list, really, to say this is what we would like to cover on the ground. We would like to reach out to 75% of young people, entrepreneurship skills, when you look at that aspect. And then increase in homeless people. Thank you so much for this one. I think we're actually noting it. It's very important for us. I would link it with the one that says the young boys that come through the town to ask for money. I think it's similar, and I think it's worth looking at. And we will work very closely with. I can see the police here. They're mostly the ones that actually take care of such matters. But I think it's very important for us as a town to work very closely with the police and also the DPM's office to take care of this matter for our time. All right. Is there all right? We do not have a picture of the percentage really of how many of our youth are in town who are unemployed, and there's an initiative that we are embarking on to know just the stats in our town of our elderly and our young people. So I think we'll have a better report on this one the next time we meet. Then I'll let the CEO answer just the 2 questions.
Thanks. In terms of the work that we do, our urban boundary is basically our primary area of service. We do, however, support 4 national care points which lie in the peri-urban area on an annual basis. Actually, on a monthly basis, they support provided there. So our urban area boundary is the one which tells us where we need to work. Hence my request earlier that we need more people to indicate what services from the social services department that they may need. Clinic in the pipeline. In the past it was in the pipeline, but it is no longer the case because council had looked at having a fully fledged civic center, which amongst other things would have been the provision of a clinic facility. But we work very closely with the clinic just outside Kapelin in terms of some of the programs that we are able to do, whether for residents or even for our own staff. So there is that continuous interaction around that. But there is no indication of us setting up a clinic as yet. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. There seems to be one more question.
Ngiyabonga. Mine is a small one. I saw on your slide you mentioned the disabled, which we all don't like, physically challenged, and maybe the elderly. There's a strip of pavement, which I think when it was constructed with a new road, going back, it's barely ruler wide. And I don't know, what considerations were put into that. So it costs for some of us to cross the road with no speed humps and we're competing with traffic. And I think maybe even without a budget, council can look at that for us and maybe improvise so that we can stick to the pavement and not get on the roads when walking. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. You are, sorry. Magedlamini. Okay, Magedlamini. You just missed on the road that you were mentioning.
Let's see, it's the one that goes behind the Ngonini Road, Lele yenda ngathi Ingfi, at the bottom there. I think there's a guest house, Margaret Walker's place. It just passes by there. Yes, behind Spintex. Yeah. It's a very short stretch, maybe about 10 meters or so, that needs to consider us. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My colleague has given me the mic. Thank you for that comment, Mage. The Office of the Works and Maintenance Department will look into it, hopefully even sooner. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, SSM. Thank you, residents, for the questions and responses from management. Looking at my program, I'm running slightly behind with time, but I am cognizant that we've been at it for quite some time now, so I'd like us to take a break, a 15-minute break. I'm looking at my time, it says 10:16, so it's a 14-minute break, and we resume at 10:30. Please, breakfast has been served outside. I'd like to ask for the mayor and the councillors table to lead us to breakfast. Ladies and gentlemen, 15 minutes, and we are back at 10:30. Thank you very much. Okay, breakfast has been served. Can it be a working breakfast? Apologies. If we can just get the servings and come back into the room so that we Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like us to proceed with the agenda for today. As requested, that could it please be a working breakfast so that we're able to try and catch up with time. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the Public Health and Environment Department. The Public Health and Environment Manager, Ms. Xolile Maphanga, will be speaking to the annual report for the department. So a round of applause as we welcome Ms. Xolile Maphanga to the podium.
Good morning. Can I just write on the protocol that the MC has already established? I'm so lucky to be presenting whilst you're enjoying your tea. So I know there'll be less questions because we're enjoying the breakfast. I also get to present just before the town planner and the engineering departments, which is great because we normally have a little bit of a fight there. The town planner has the right land use. The engineering wants to build a bridge. What happens to the environment is none of their issues. So I get to be the devil's advocate to make sure that we do not impact negatively on the environment. My name is Xolile Maphanga. I'm the Public Health and Environment Manager. I will provide a snapshot of our performance as a department for the year under review. Going through the introduction is that we do align to sustainable development goals that we have as a department. Most of our programs align to SDG number 6, which talks to clean water and sanitation. We have to make sure that we comply in provision of clean water and make sure that we have the appropriate sanitation throughout the town. SDG number 13, which addresses climate action. Our programs intentionally make sure that we are reducing greenhouse gases throughout the town when we're delivering our program, as such introduction of waste separation programs. And then SDG number 15, which talks to life on land as well, to make sure that whilst we're developing, we're not impacting negatively on our forestries, on our biodiversity, as well as protection of wetlands. In providing this, we've got 3 units in the department. We've got Public Health Services, which is in charge for clearing food establishments, non-food related establishments, and conducting inspections and providing the grade A's that we are properly known, and food safety initiatives. We also have the Environmental Management Department unit that is responsible for waste management, which I know you have questions. You always have questions around this area. Waste separation initiative, that is your reduction initiatives for the town, and environmental monitoring. Lastly, we have a fairly new unit that we have established, which is the disaster management unit that is responsible for disaster risk reduction, preparedness and disaster response. The fire breaks that we're talking about, that is us. We'll also discuss and get into our future plans on what we want to achieve as a department. And just to highlight that in addressing some of the concerns that were being raised throughout the presentation, one of our future goals in the next 5 years is to make sure that we green Ezulwini. We actually have an activity of tree planting that will be presented in the next financial year. We've been tasked to make sure that we plant 5,000 trees over a 5-year period. So we'll be coming, if there's no longer space, we'll be coming and request that you hug a tree, or we allow us to plant a tree in your private property. So moving on, our core mandate is to make sure that we protect and we improve the quality of your life as a resident, the life of the corporate establishments, the life of all commercial establishments in the town, by delivering services in the environmental management space and the public health space. In doing so, we've got certain activities that we cover to make sure that we uphold our mandate. And these are comprehensive services under waste management, food safety management, public health management, disaster management, and pollution prevention. Amongst our key highlights, the issuance under public health, the issuance of 58 health certificates that we've issued. We've seen quite a growth in this one. where we saw 55% increase when compared to the previous year of issuance of health certificate. I'll get into detail in the next slide on how these are spread across the different categories and different businesses in town. Equally, if health clearances are issued and have increased, so do the routine inspections, because the routine inspections is a way of making sure that we grant your health clearance. We wouldn't grant it without conducting a routine inspections. So this gives a picture of where you are eating, the eateries and the restaurants, and where you're buying a lot of your commodities, to say that the council is taking responsibility to make sure that we inspect those areas so that at the end of the day you buy food that will not harm you. We also collectively, in all the categories of waste, we collected 1,620 tons of waste, and I'll get into it on how the picture looks like in terms of the collection of this waste. So this is how there's the spread of health clearances analyzed for the year under review. One of the questions that get to be asked is that, are you increasing the level of alcoholism in the town because of the grant of liquor establishment, restaurants with liquor outlets? But what is happening here is that we saw a 60% increase in clearances relating to restaurants or liquor licenses, which is mainly due to your accommodation establishments, which only are not accommodation, but go beyond and say we'd like to provide our guests some liquor or alcoholic beverages. So this is what you see, the high percentage of the certificates being issued to this one. So there is that need for a balance to say, if guests are complaining to say, I've booked in a certain hotel and I'm not able to get liquor, the owner will then be interested to say, over and above the accommodation establishment, I need to provide my clients liquor in that establishment. At the same time, we get complaints that are saying Ezulwini is dead during the night. It's fairly a young population that lives here. We want to be able to go and enjoy ourselves at night. So how do we then balance all of those? In light of the fact that some of these establishments are also located next to residential establishments, which then have negative effects of noise. Also, what we saw is a growth of the non-food related establishment, the beauty spas, the salons. We saw quite an increase, about 21% of those issued were in this category. And then obviously the food establishment, which were at 14%. So for us the health clearances just make sure that each establishment is demonstrating compliance towards the food regulations, and this one is issued twice a year, which means it expires every 6 months. So the growth in the number of establishments that are applying for this means increased compliance for the town. We then continue to do what we call an annual food outlet grading, which are the A's and the B's and the C's or the D's that we see in food establishments, which essentially inform you as a client to say, the food that you're consuming in the establishment may be excellent in compliance, which is the grade A, may be good in terms of compliance, which is the grade B, or might need improvement because of certain lack of maybe food safety management practices in that outlet, which is the C grade. What we have seen and what we are proud of is the continuous growth of the grade A establishments within the town. We are very much encouraging to establishments to say you are a tourist town amongst the corporate and the residential and others. And therefore, we are expecting high level of performance because we've got most of the hotels here, we've got eateries here, people travel all the way, local tourism and even international tourism to make sure that they enjoy their meals. So the best thing that we can do is to make sure that they consume food that is safe. So we got an increase in the A grades. For instance, last year there were only 25 number of A's. This year we saw a growth of 37, as the graph is showing here. So this one shows that there's 48% increase in A graded outlets, which demonstrate quite a good or improved hygienic standards for our eateries in town. On the waste management part, is that we saw a decrease overall in waste. And that is a good story for us because Ezulwini does not have a sanitary landfill. We travel 24 kilometers to Matapam to dispose our waste. Hence, we are very intentional in making sure that we are reducing the volumes of waste that are taken to the landfill. And that we have done by reduction initiatives such as the waste separation at source program that we have introduced, which I'll talk to shortly. Commercial waste was at 48%. Largely half of that waste under commercial is due to construction and demolition. Ezulwini is developing quickly, and as such, there's a lot of construction and demolition waste that we get to receive and get to dispose of. We have seen quite a minimal waste volumes in terms of garden waste in the town. And then residential waste equally has reduced, which is again good news, which this can be accounted to the waste separation program that we have introduced. So overall, there has been a 4% reduction in residential waste due to the segregation. We saw a total diversion of 13%, and this includes just commercial, not only the waste separation program. So there's an overall diversion of 13%, which means out of the total waste that is going to the landfill, the 1,620 tons, 13% of it is being diverted in terms of segregation, or popularly called as recycling. We want to see this percentage increase. So just to zoom into the waste segregation program, which you have successfully contributed to it as well, because it is a door-to-door type of approach where we wouldn't do it alone as council. We need the residents to also participate in this program. It was launched in November 2023 in Ward 4, which has more households than any other wards, for 500 households. So we knew that if we did well in this ward, it will be easy for us to replicate in the other wards, which in terms of density, they are much lighter. So it took us a year to learn from this program, to go and educate from this program, and then extend it, and comfortably say we have got good learnings and we're able to correct and expand to other wards. So we expanded to 3 more wards. We wanted to do it incrementally and not do it once off for the entire town. Because at each stage, when you're introducing a new ward, there are also new learnings and new gaps that you identify, and new challenges as well that you also have to address. So this program alone, out of the 13, diverted successfully 11% of the waste by the end of March 2025. Our key achievements as a department is the expansion of the at-source waste separation program, as I've alluded. It's establishment of the newly formed disaster preparedness unit, a disaster risk reduction unit, which has played quite a critical role in the season, for instance, during the dry season where there are fires in the town. I'm happy that one resident alluded to the fact of fire breaks. So this one has been very critical, and there will be other programs that we are doing. Approaching the rainy season, we will see this, and this will be reported for in the next financial year. The department is also responsible for facilitating ISO 9001, which will make sure that in terms of customer service and delivering our services, we do it at a premium or high quality level. So we're almost at the end of this project. And under revenue diversification was the waste reduction of the waste that we are sending to Matapa. So when we do send the waste to Matapa for disposal, we do pay a weighbridge charge. So it is not free of charge. So if we are diverting the waste, then we are minimizing the costs that council pays to go in and dispose of the waste. We have successfully conducted a waste characterization survey. A waste characterization survey is a survey that is done to analyze the character of your waste. That is your general waste that is still not being recycled, to say, how does the waste look like? This one is very critical because you cannot just introduce programs, your waste reduction programs, without it being informed by the outcome of the survey. So currently the survey is showing us that in terms of our waste reduction, our waste separation or diversion, there's still more that we can do as council. There's food waste that is in the general waste, which we have an opportunity to divert. There is garden waste, which we have an opportunity to divert. So practically the outcome of the survey indicated that we still have about 38% of our waste which is organic being both food and your garden waste combined. So in that, it then tells you that going forward, you need to be intentional in making sure that you are reducing the food waste that is going into the landfill by introduction of programs like your composting that you can do from the food waste and from the garden waste. We were tasked with ensuring that we maintain a safe environment, and this we have done through neighborhood watch programs and your armed response, with which the engineering department will talk in further details to, and also the management of your overgrown plots, because they also contribute towards an unsafe environment. What is the future looking like for the department? We are excited, and we really cannot wait to have our bylaws approved. Thank you very much for your participation in this process. We have since submitted these bylaws to the ministry for approval, wherein we have 11 bylaws in the areas of occupational health and safety, waste management, informal trading, accommodation, parking, public nuisances, just to mention a few. Which when we will be introduced will increase our compliance as a town. So these are the first set of bylaws. We have been operating without bylaws for the past 30 years. Environmental reporting, we are currently completing a state of environment report, a report which is critical in giving us or assessing what is the status quo on the environment. What are the percentage of wetlands that we have in Ezulwini, and what are the programs in terms of managing those wetlands, if there are wetlands inside the town, as a way of an example. Under disaster resilience, our future plans is to continuously operationalize the disaster risk reduction plans that we have. So make it practical. Everyone should be able to know that when there's a fire, what do I do? In the event of a flood, where do we evacuate to? What happens? And in that also will come the issues of vulnerability. How many people are vulnerable in town? Where do they do? How do we also accommodate and help them? So these are all the programs that are in the outline for the disaster resilience in the upcoming year. My presentation ends there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, PHM. I'll open the floor to questions. Okay, can the ushers please circulate the mics?
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just have two questions that I'd like to put to the council. The first one being the disaster management, which is quite a good initiative. I'm sure you're benchmarking also to the other cities in other countries and overseas. Is there a plan whereby you can maybe introduce a platform whereby your residents can know when disaster is about to strike, especially the hail and the rains? Because the national one, the Department of Meteorology, is talking about the whole country. Yet sometimes, you know, disaster is about to strike a specific town, and we don't have that information, and all the cars are struck. You can't do any. Is there a plan in place just to look at that, because we are benchmarking all the time? And then the second one is the issue of waste management. Matapa is complaining that their landfill is about to be full. Do you have plans? Do you have land for your plans? Because it's receiving quite a lot. It's receiving Malkans, it's receiving even outskirts of Kwaluseni and receiving Ezulwini waste what's the plan for the Ezulwini? Because can see it's expanding, and it's a big city, so we need to have those plans for the future. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take 2 more questions.
Me again. CO, don't chase me out. Dustbins. There are not many dustbins around Ezulwini. And especially now we're doing segregation of waste. I think this is something that's been ongoing for some years now, where we would put colored dustbins for whatever category, plastic, tin, whatever. And if you walk down the road from Woodlands past thing, there's not one dustbin along that road, but there's a lot of pedestrians. So what do they do with the water they're drinking and the Coke they're drinking as they are walking? So I think it'd be encouraging for and maybe a help as well, because you've got these waste pickers all over the place on certain days, whereas if there were dustbins in crucial areas like the bus stops, like just Amafini across the road, there's always a lot of waste there, and if they put color-coded dustbins, I think it would help. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I just sort of writing on the question on disaster management. Is there a comprehensive disaster management plan for our municipality? I guess the point of interest here is one that is noting, for instance, dangerous trees and you know, the need to cut them. On that note, I sort of want to appreciate the cutting of that tree on Mpumalanga Road. But just a comprehensive plan that just speaks to, in instances when there's massive rains and the different other disasters that are likely to hit. And could that be shared at some point? And then also, I know that you work with quite a lot of young people in, you know, basically just taking care of the waste. Are there any programs for upskilling those young people? Because I think you indicated that they are mainly volunteers, and just so that they are able to also maybe come out of this, you know, exercise with better skills. Your presentation also maybe assisted us in just taking a focus on your WhatsApp group. The residents one, Ezulwini, has 167 people. And you said that Watford alone has 500 homesteads. I'm just concerned, therefore, about your reach. It's not your question, it goes to communication. Your reach, therefore, if you only have 167 people in your WhatsApp group with just one of your townships having over 500 people, or wards rather.
Okay, I think I'll open up for management to respond to the questions before we take the next round of questions.
Thank you for the questions, Mr. Manyati. I'll start with yours in terms of introduction of a platform for early warning. Yeah, I'd like to affirm that we do have a plan to have an early warning platform systems, for instance, that will warn our residents in Ezulwini. But before we can do that, we are heavily guided by the National Disaster Agency. which are the main regulator for all disasters in the country. So we seek guidance and reliance on them on how we are supposed to ideally wait for them to do a national early warning system, and then we can then design our own. But it is within our activities to have an early warning system for Ezulwini. What happens now is that as soon as they communicate that with our focal person, we have a disaster risk reduction officer, then we always share on our social media platforms to say that there will be hailstorms or there will be heavy raining this afternoon, so residents are then warned appropriately. But we are looking forward to have an early warning system, especially for Ezulwini, the town. And then the one on what are your plans on land for waste management? This one is a huge concern, not only for Ezulwini, but for most of the municipality. As a result, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development has an intention to say, let us centralize our disposal facility. There is a project to say they would love to have a centralized facility where we can all, as municipalities, dispose our waste there, and then Matapa and all the other existing sites can just be your waste transfer stations in essence. However, bringing it back home is that we are limited in terms of land that can host such a facility. As a department, we have conducted such of like an informal feasibility. There is no land that is suitable within Ezulwini, the urban area, that we can do much in terms of disposing of our waste. And therefore, we're continuously engaging with the peri-urban to say, how can we partner so that we can then have land to dispose of waste? We know that they are also without such an infrastructure, so they could also benefit within that one. So what we are doing in the interim is making sure that we are slowly introducing the programs to reduce the waste at source, so that we do not have to frustrate Matapa in terms of the volumes of waste that are going there. Perhaps CEO would like to add on the land part. I will also give it to him to add on that one. The dustbins not being many, I think an assessment will need to be made on this one. It is a tricky situation because where you place a dustbin, there is an environmental risk assessment that you have to conduct. For instance, if you were to place a bin in an area where there are lack of services, like we are totally surrounded by the peri-urban, you are automatically inviting the peri-urban to throw tons and tons of refuse bags in that 1 liter bin. We have seen it before. The bins were there. We had to strategically remove some of them because they were encouraging illegal dumping of waste from peri-urban, and also not peri-urban alone, but also residents within who maybe forgot, I don't know, somehow, to take out their trash, and then on the day where we're not collecting their waste, they will then go and illegally dump their refuse bags in those bins. So there is a little bit of risk assessment that we need to consider. But I think the comment is being noted, and the team is here noting it, to say let us look at the hotspots, especially where there are pedestrians, to make sure that we make this provision. Mr. Masugu, thank you for the question on the comprehensive disaster risk reduction plan. We do have a disaster risk reduction plan for Ezulwini that highlighted 5 risks that the town might face in terms of also mapping to say which are these areas that are prone by these hazards. Hazards include flooding, your fires, your hailstorms, your lightning. Those are the top hazards for Ezulwini, and that one can be shared. We can share it on our websites. It is a plan, a comprehensive plan that provides the maps and how to mitigate further to that, to say that if there's an event of flooding, what are the steps that we need to do. In that, we also have an active disaster risk management team that meets quarterly, that is made up of your corporates, your service providers. That is, in the event of a disaster, we wouldn't want to be down on internet, for instance, for days. So we have critical service providers that we meet quarterly to say, how are we preparing for floods? We have an upcoming meeting now that will seek to say, how are we going to prepare for the raining season in case there are floods? So that is ongoing, and it's very active every quarter. We meet to share that. We are willing to share that plan. Thank you very much. And then the one on upskilling the volunteers, this is a critical one, and it's true. We're working with the local economic development officer that we have within the municipality to say what are plans to take the young people, let them form a cooperative and upscale them, and let them provide the service as a service provider, not just volunteer now, as a company. So that one we are doing. So we are currently undertaking a training to make sure that they establish a business, they are trained on how to run a cooperative, so that we then now they're standing on the other side because they understand the waste separation very well. I think at times better than I do. They know the challenges, so we would like for them to form a cooperative so that they become one of our service providers for the council. In that way, we're empowering them. I think the one on the reach is being noted under communications. Can I give CEO on the issue of land to conclude that one? Thank you.
Thanks, PHM. I think you've covered it well. Mine is just to say, as recent as on Monday, every month end, last Monday of a month, we are able to meet with the Minister of Housing. So they brought back the matter of a centralized solid waste disposal site. So the discussions are coming up again. There is a site which was procured by the ministry just outside of Manzini. So we need to look at how we can further develop that. Otherwise, what PHM has already indicated, even on in one of our neighboring communities, there was a site which was identified and there was work which was moving towards finalizing that. It wouldn't have probably lasted for long in terms of its time span, but unfortunately, because of various reasons, it couldn't be finalized in terms of having it developed. Otherwise, the issue is definitely one that we need to check on. On the communications, the one thing I'd like to add, Mr. Masugu, is that the addition of people on the WhatsApp group, I think it's very interesting that you came up with the figures there, is that it is it's not compulsory. So all that we are able to do is to share to Mr. Masugu and say, we have this WhatsApp group, please join. So it is only when you join that we are able then to be part of that group. Otherwise, we can't force it. So that is where we end up facing a challenge. We always have to continuously encourage residents to join. I do hope all of us here have joined the Ezulwini WhatsApp group. Babetela, angati ukuthi kobe ukhona yini kule group baba. If not, please join. Thank you.
Okay, 2 questions.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Mapanga, for the presentation. 2 questions which are coming with maybe some recommendations in the spirit of constructive feedback. The first one concerns waste management, security. I'm putting the word security at the end because our waste is exposed to, some people call them scavengers, but I think it's just our neighbors who, for reasons of poverty, are looking for something to eat or something of value from our waste. Who has control of the waste at the time or the point whereby it's on the street and the truck is yet to come. I'm from Mantenga. What normally happens along Ligugu Street is that we have our neighbors from Lobamba. They come and they take those bags. They then go just on the other side of the road next to the river and they spread it all around looking for something of value or something to eat. Now you find the whole area polluted, the water, the land, and whose responsibility is it? I feel like it is also downgrading our standards. We are one of the most high-valued residential areas in Ezulwini, Mandinga, so it becomes a shameful situation to see that. One wonders if we could have possibly any means of controlling access to the residential area. Access control this is also a security issue generally, because as these people loiter around, as some of them are coming to collect firewood at the park, some of them are heading cattle, some of them are going to Mandenga, they then see, while we are away at work, some porous areas in our residencies. Then they come back and they try to enter. It becomes a security issue because there's no access control in our residencies. So these ones who are coming for the trash then take opportunity to then commit some crimes. It becomes a very, very concerning issue. So one would recommend that maybe let's look into the issue of access control, at least in the residential areas, because we can't close the area off, it's a public space. But the residential areas, there must be some measure of control in order to maintain the standards that we are aspiring to uphold for our town, our city. The second question was on, maybe it's not a question, it's a recommendation. I quickly had to leave work and come and attend this meeting. I think there are hundreds of others who are in my situation. By virtue of being employed, you cannot attend the council meetings. You see, as you can see here, you have business persons who have free working hours, you have retired persons, you have, it's quite biased to us, but there's many of us who have to ditch work to attend the meeting. So perhaps one would recommend that we hold the meetings at a time convenient to all ratepayers, so that we have equal access. I tried to join online, but there's no interaction online. It's like we are watching the news on TV. So maybe evenings, maybe weekends, at times convenient to the ratepayers, so that you have a true representation of your people attending the meeting. Thank you.
If I can possibly just take advantage of this platform, just to raise a matter that comes up often in council. And I think as councillors, we'd be quite keen on some direction from ratepayers on this. And this is the simple question of how far do we go in collecting waste from peri-urban areas? And it's something that's concerning us, because as council and as councillors, the feeling that we get from residents is that you would like us to be proactive in managing waste in the greater Ezulwini area. However, at a management level, there are various controls that are put in place. We've heard, and not to be directly contradicting what the PHEM EM has said, but this concept that somebody from a peri-urban area brings their waste and dumps it in our bins, and that's illegal dumping. This makes me very emotional, because I think somebody that wants to responsibly dispose of their waste, we need to assist them to do that. In the peri-urban areas, you've got no options. Environmental authority says bury your waste in a pit. That's generally that's the guidance that's given to people. If you're living in Lobamba or Mvochini, you don't have enough space for just endless pits. There needs to be a way of doing. Now, we used to have skips that we used to put out, and they'd get filled up very quickly. And this seemed to become offensive to our operations, so we took the skips away. As council, we tried to form a waste committee to deal with this matter, because we were quite offended by the fact, you know what, these are people doing the right thing. They are taking their waste, they are trying to put it, they're not dumping it in the river, not in the bush, etc. And we removed that as council. And as councillors, we're still unhappy about that. We don't think that enough is being done. So my question is, and maybe we can just do a show of hands, who would be offended if some of our ratepayer money here in this town, and just remember that a lot of the waste that we find in peri-urban areas, where does it get bought? It gets bought from businesses in Ezulwini. It comes from ShopRite, it comes from KFC, it comes from Pick n Pay. That's where the waste is actually originating. That's where the profit is being made. That's where the rates are being collected. Should some of that money be used to collect money in skips from peri-urban areas? So my question is, who would be offended if their rates money was used to collect waste in peri-urban? We obviously can't deal with the entire problem, but that an effort is taken to clean up Lubamba, Mvochini, Epuga, those types of areas. Is anyone offended by that? No. Okay. We've got a comment coming. To me, this is a poll. You know, I do think that there's more that we can do as council to take responsibility for waste as a whole. And if we really, really want to be a green city, these are some of the steps that we need to take and the responsibilities we need to have. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rowe. I'm seeing the hands. Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, I have to proceed. As I said, that the management is still available for interactions. As we come to the end of the program, please do interact with them. They will come to you as well. They are noting. Unfortunately, I have to proceed. I think there's a response to a question, but I will close the floor for further questions.
Thanks, CSM. I think two issues: waste management security, but linked to that is the issue of access control. It's a very challenging one, the issue of access control. When interim council was running, the issue of security was very high, 2023. And we looked at a plan for access control. Incidentally, one of the areas which was identified was Ward 3 and 6 around Mandenga. And unfortunately, we could not be able to proceed because there were issues around some residents who actually see the issue of putting up a boom gate as actually diminishing your security, because now we are holding back, we are putting people at a complete stationary position, and therefore they become exposed to whatever may happen within that space. So it's really a catch-22 matter, but we would encourage conversations around that with your ward councillors, so that we see if maybe we limited ourselves in terms of what alternatives do we have around issues of access control. Otherwise, the matter of waste management, there are always ways of improving, and we continuously seek out for those. And then issue of AGM time, convenient for all. I don't think we'll ever achieve 100% convenience, but we can look at how we can moderate so that we enable more participation in our AGMs. So we'll look at that, and then we'll see how we move forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, CEO. We have two more performance reports to go through, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to ask the Town Planning Department, the Town Planner, who will present the Town Planning Annual Report, Ms. Sihle Mkhatshwa Dlamini. Thank you very much.
Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would also like to write on all protocol established by my previous speakers. My name is Sihle Mkhatshwa Dlamini. I am the Town Planner at Ezulwini Municipality. Please allow me to present our annual report under the department for the year 2024-2025. This slide shows the contents of our presentation, the introduction, key accomplishments under the department. We will talk to our land use applications, local economic development, public spaces and parks, as well as our future goals. The Town Planning Department is responsible for a large portfolio besides land use applications, which is the core business. We are responsible for local economic development, outdoor advertising. We manage the municipal geographic information systems, GIS systems, and we are responsible for all land issues within the town. All of this is done with stakeholder engagement, as well as ensuring that our community is aware of what is happening and they are part of the decision-making processes when it comes to land use management. Our key accomplishments for the year, we undertook 16 flea markets. These flea markets are hosted on a quarterly basis. We have dates, 4 dates per quarter, which amounts to the 16 flea markets hosted. We also had training for our businessmen and women vendors who are located in 2 of our informal trading sites, which are the Handcraft Market as well as Makonza Market. We had training for those, 74 of them, a 4-day training. We had only 9 land use applications within the town, and we have cleared. The clearing means we maintain and we manage public open spaces in the town. And part of that means clearing, cutting the grass, and ensuring that they are clear of vegetation. These amount to about 10 hectares of land that we clear. Going into our land use applications, we have received very little land use applications in the financial year. About 8 land use applications that we received. This is a decline of 15% compared to the previous years, where we received more land use applications. Applications that we had for the financial year mainly were subdivision applications, special consent, and rezoning. However, in previous year, we were receiving more of home office applications, which is basically an application where you would want to run an administrative office from your house, purely an online administrative office. We've had a decline in those in the financial year. Just to speak to the Ezulwini Town Planning Scheme, this is a document our Mayor and CEO have alluded to it. This is a statutory document that guides land use development and land use management within the urban area. We started this project last in April 2024. It's a development of a new town planning scheme. Currently, we are using a 2018 scheme, and therefore it was due for review during the year. So the town planning scheme is made up of 4 documents. First being a background study, then a structure plan, a development plan, and then the final statutory one, which is the development code that talks to the zoning, that talks to floor area, how many floors you can have within your development. So this is a long process, and it cannot be undertaken without the relevant stakeholder engagement. So during the previous year, we had, during the year, we had the background study submitted in July 2024, as well as the development, the structure plan in September 2024. Both of these documents were reviewed during the year. We made the plan of having reviews every 2 documents instead of the whole 4, so that it does not become cumbersome for our residents and other stakeholders. So we had many public engagement meetings, as well as engagements with the service providers and the relevant ministries to ensure that this document aligns with the vision of the town, and it aligns with what we want to see Ezulwini look like in the next 10 years. To venture into the local economic development initiatives, we had a number of activities undertaken. First is the training for our vendors, a 4-day training program that was undertaken in the financial year. This is a very important training because it focuses on how our businessmen and women can, sell their products and have the skills on customer service, marketing, and financial management, as well as just packaging their products in order to make the income they wish to make in the sector. It was very beneficial, and it was a 4-day training that was held in the town. We also had the flea markets. So we have a maximum of 42 stalls that we can be able to accommodate on the site. And we're happy to say that these are always fully booked. The moment we make the call for the flea markets and advertise, they are booked within the week. This is a great way that shows how economic activity is undertaken within the town, and it is accepted widely by our traders. The next is on the cooperative support. This one is a project that was started a couple of years ago by the municipality, where cooperatives, where certain groups were invited to set up cooperatives and begin businesses for themselves. In this particular case, a cooperative was established called Kwaqatela Nsiga, a women's cooperative that produces fertilizer using organic products. Happy Valley and Royal Villas are big contributors to that project. The waste, the organic waste, the food waste that comes from these areas is then used by the cooperative to produce fertilizer. And this has helped a lot in, you know, having a source of income, as well as creating some type of, you know, a place where people can go to, and in any case, ensuring that we are decreasing unemployment. In the last, in the financial year, the sales increased from 580 to 600,000 during the year, which is really great. This is a new type of business, and we are hoping to see it grow and to involve more women wanting to establish a similar one. The office assists in packaging currently with the support that we provide as an office is in packaging and marketing assistance to ensure that it reaches more people that would want to purchase the fertilizer. And then in our public open spaces, during the year, as in previous years, these are the public open spaces that we manage and clear. However, we have, council made a decision to be more proactive in developing some of these public open spaces, to be more active, user-friendly to the community. And we started this project with one public open space located within Mugela Township. This is an ongoing exercise where every year there is going to be a public open space that is activated. And we are involving the community in this. If you have noticed that we also had a monkey survey taken out to request for input. What would you like to see in this public open space, implemented in this public open space? And some community members would respond to say maybe a public sports facility or a swimming pool or you know, play area. These are the facilities that we are including in these public spaces to encourage our community, Ezulwini community, to use the spaces. This will help us cut down on the areas that are undergoing cut grassing and vegetation control. This is the other item I spoke about earlier in response to a question on Pelham Garden. This one is located in one of our public open spaces. The Pelham Garden is a project implemented by an NGO located on the site. They provide free education to our community and others interested in learning about agroecology and learning about how to undertake your own organic backyard gardens. They also have seedlings. They have actually qualified a personnel located within the site even today. So during the year, these are the activities that were undertaken. Besides our day-to-day visit to the site, there was agroecology training. The launch of the agroecology training center, the Pelham Garden, was undertaken in October 2024. The community, there was a rural women's assembly representatives that came for a demonstration. There's 60 women from the Rural Women's Assembly were made up of representatives from 11 different countries, which was a big deal for our town. We also have students that have come for the food demonstrations and learning at the Pelham Garden. Our future goals and strategic objectives. The plan is definitely to develop more public open spaces, to activate 2 open spaces in the next year or 2, in collaboration with our community. Therefore, we will be sending out more surveys. These are online surveys, and we are requesting that our residents and stakeholders respond to give us their feedback on what they would like to see in these public open spaces. We also do want to continue supporting local economic development within the urban area. We believe that this is a very important exercise in ensuring that Ezulwini becomes the vibrant economic town that it is. And to complete our town planning scheme. Currently, the town planning scheme is in its completion stage. We are hoping that this will be undertaken and we will receive the gazetted town planning scheme to then be able to implement it in the next future years, as well as to continue with our community engagement exercises that we strongly believe are a part of the work that we do as a department and as the municipality. With that, I thank you.
Thank you, Town Planner. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I'll open the floor and restrict it to 2 questions so that we can get to our last report, which is the Works and Maintenance Department report. Ushers, please assist me.
Ezulwini is supposed to be an upmarket, beautiful town. I get that. But for us to start becoming elitist and exclusive to the extent that everyone else from an impoverished background must be locked out completely, I don't think that that is the dream or the way that we should be heading. Thank you.
Just to highlight on town planning, we've got 10 point something hectares of park open spaces which have no return. Some of these places are ideally situated, they're right in the town. Wouldn't it be wise to look at something that can generate an income from these open spaces? As you say, build a swimming pool, but it's at a cost, and trust me, a swimming pool costs money, a lot of money, to build, to maintain, everything. I believe there is a resident that has applied to build a swimming pool facility already. However, back to the open space. Why can't town planner look at something like a caravan park? Secure one of these open spaces and do a caravan park with proper ablution facilities, secure it where people can go and they can camp. We're a tourist destination, so we keep saying. These are other facilities. Not everybody can go and stay in the grand hotels or whatever. So make a facility for a campsite or something. We've got the space, something to look at. Thank you.
Okay, last question.
No, thank you, Town Planner, for the good presentation. But I just want us, I would have loved it from maybe the CEO to start with it, the town boundary map. I haven't seen it in any presentation. And any plan also to see if you are going to be taking the peri-urban into the town as an expansion plan, if it's also there. Those are the things that we also want to see so that we see that we are growing. And then the last one is basically from the town planning office, if they are embracing the sectional title. And I'm not seeing any application of townships, gated communities coming through. Is there anything in plan that has come through as applications for townships, extra townships? I know we have some, but if there is any that's coming through. Thank you.
Okay, I'll allow management to respond.
Thank you so much for the questions and the contributions. I'd like to say we are noting the first comment that we received. Thank you for the comment. And then the questions on, contributions on the public open spaces. Yes, I think one of the things maybe I'd like to highlight with our public open spaces located in Ezulwini. These are areas that were set aside as part of township establishment applications. So a developer would come in, I want to develop a township. The Human Settlement Authority requirements is that one of that site must be a public open space, specifically for the use of the community. And therefore, many of the sites that we have within Ezulwini were set aside next to riverine areas or areas where the land is undevelopable. So you find that there we have one public open space that's 3.8 hectares. That is 3.8 hectares of an area running along a river. And therefore, we need to now think out of the box on what developments that we will be able to undertake in a public open, permitted by the ministry in a public open space. That one, the public open space needs to be free for access for the use by that community. So these are the challenges that we are that we have now, which is why a use such as the one that we have in the Pelham Garden, the one called the Pelham Garden, is within a public open space that was gazetted and as part of Mountain View Township. But it cannot, we cannot make money out of it. It needs to be free for access for the people. However, the new town planning scheme has identified sites for projects such as your caravan parks and for campsites. However, that also needs us to also be creative in developing something called a regional open space system. And this regional open space system is now a plan where the ministry also comes in and allows us to then have such a projects implemented within those areas. So we are looking at how we can do better with our public open spaces to cut down on the maintenance part of it and make them more user-friendly to the community. Yes, the town boundary map, I think we included in our annual report and not in our presentation. However, the urban boundary extension project is a discussion, is something on the table that is being discussed. I think the one thing that gives us a challenge is that we are completely surrounded by our peri-urban is actually Swazi Nation land. So there's an exercise that needs to be undertaken as per a circular released by the ministry on urban boundary extension, where we undertake a feasibility study to see where exactly can we expand. There are, other organizations that are would like to see us expand into, such as your ENTC offices, the stadium, but between us and the stadium, you have Swazi Nation land. And therefore, these are the studies that we need to undertake, the stakeholders that must be engaged, including the affected chiefs that are surrounding in these areas, to then see how possible it is to actually undertake an urban boundary extension project. Sectional title, we are taking sectional title applications. We did have an application 2 years ago of a sectional title application. However, we receive sectional title applications because according to the Sectional Titles Act and regulations, only urban authorities, local government can undertake and receive sectional title applications we process. And we are one of the 2 towns actually that has submitted to the ministry for a sectional title board to implement and to approve. It's been 2 years. So these are the challenges that we are having in terms of the approval processes of sectional title applications, but we are receiving them if there is an application. Currently, there are no, we have not received township establishment applications. We do have pending applications that were submitted with outstanding issues that need to be resolved, a number of challenges, including access issues that need to be resolved in those applications. And as we know, that township establishment requires that the infrastructure be properly implemented in these townships. But before that, there's approval processes of these township infrastructure that must be implemented. So those that are pending are awaiting such decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Town Planner. I have a request from the media. Yes, the media service providers, that when you are speaking, ladies and gentlemen, to please introduce yourself, name and surname. They want to capture those remarks. Thank you very much. We are moving on to the last presentation for the performance of the Works and Maintenance Department. I'll call upon Mr. Potuma Shongwe, who's our town engineer. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, very good morning. Allow me to observe all protocols that have been put in place. I am Potuma Shongwe, media, get me. It is my pleasure to introduce the Works and Maintenance Department, which is a core pillar to in ensuring the functionality, the safety, and sustainability of our town's infrastructure. On the element of safety, may I highlight that within Ezulwini, we do have a night patrol, which is working every day from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. We normally send this information via SMS for residents to enjoy that type of service. So if ever there is something going on at night around your property or even along the streets within Ezulwini, you are allowed to call that number. The number is 7683-8579. The number is 7683-8579. For more comfort, even during the day, we do have rangers which have been deployed within the streets of Ezulwini. But then from the positive engagements which we have been getting from yourselves, I note that with the budget, it means I have to increase the number of rangers during the day. So hopefully we are going to service you residents and stakeholders regarding the issue of safety. And then this department is responsible for planning, implementing, and maintaining, supervising the town's infrastructure. That includes your street lights, your road reserves, including the MRNO tree, your drainages, the road markings and everything. So this department is responsible for that. So the contents of my presentation, it includes the executive summary, major projects, performance and growth, as well as future outlook. And then the department delivered notable progress in infrastructure development, service delivery, which aligns with the council's strategic objectives and SDGs for the year 2024-2025. I will elaborate more on that with the coming slides. Key accomplishments for 2024-2025. Within the department, we successfully procured a skip truck. The skip truck is to strengthen waste management operations and improve service delivery. We also converted, as the CEO was mentioned earlier, converted 74 HPS lights. That's the high pressure sodium lights. Those are the yellow lights which are along the Lukokosan towards the Kadlipali establishment. So within the urban area, we converted about 74 of all those lights to LEDs at Tembilisha Township, at Mugela Township, along the Mpumalanga Road, as well as the Ngonini Road, thus achieving a 40% reduction in council's electricity consumption, as well as saving on operations. We also completed 2 rehabilitations on roads along high traffic areas. This includes the Mtsenga Close, which is within Ward 4, as well as the Mandinga Drive junction to the Emarano 3 road, which is near the Emlalatini Center, which is within Ward 3. So on performance against strategic objectives, the department achieved strategic objectives through cost containment, as I've mentioned, efficient transport within town, meaning our roads should be in good quality, as well as aligning with the SDGs, as well as council's objective. SDG number 11, which is sustainable cities, as well as SDG 8, which is your decent work and economic growth. Through our projects, we normally employ the youth within Ezulwini or even the peri-urban side during the implementation. So we always prioritize the youth when we develop or rather take on these projects. So on the CIPs, this is the track, so that you believe me, the track, the report for the year under review. It was delivered in March 2025, which contributes to the vision of green and sustainable environment, as well as the road rehabilitations which were done in the year under review. Also, I must highlight that the council had an objective of achieving 80% asphalt finished roads by 2024. And I'm happy to say that we are sitting at 84%, meaning that we have reached the target beyond by 4%, meaning the department is really doing well, or rather the council is doing well. The bottom right picture, that's a picture which was taken along Mpumalanga Road, if you note, just near the oblique circle, from FNP going down to our office. This is when we are converting some of the HPS lights to LED lights. And then this conversion, as I've mentioned, it delivered a significant operational benefit, which is the 40% electricity consumption reduction. And then moving over to major developments in Ezulwini, we have, for the year under review, we had 3 major developments within Ezulwini, which is the beautiful ESCOM building just above EPH. This project for the year under review, it was ongoing, but then as you can see, it is near completion. We also had the Eswatini Water Services Corporation office, our neighbor just below. The office during the reporting period, it was completed. And we also have the medicine clinic, or rather hospital in Ward 3, which is currently ongoing. At the time of reporting, it was standing at 55%. And combined, the value of this development stood at 305 million. And then on building applications, we have seen growth in building applications, whereby in the year, for the year under review, we approved 18 developments, which combined an estimated value of 22 million. This included mostly residential and a few of commercial. So the picture there, it is the Water Services Corporation office while it was still under construction. So the chart in front of you, it reflects continued confidence in Ezulwini's development across both residential as well as commercial establishment. So if you can note on the screen, the 3-year trend in 2022-2023, we received a total of 31 building applications, of which 21 of them were approved, which marks a period of high development within Ezulwini. I think this was just around when you came back from COVID. So there was a lot of construction activity within Ezulwini. And then in 2022-2023, the number dropped significantly. Maybe this may be due to economic constraints. And then in 2024-2025, we see a bit of recovery with the building applications, whereby we received 19 building applications, which is indicating an interest in development within Ezulwini. So the upward shift, it suggests a positive outlook for future and future property development in Ezulwini. So going forward, I see these numbers rising onto the next financial years. And then on risk and opportunities, as a department, we do face challenges. For the year under review, one of our pain points was the aging MR103, our main road within Ezulwini, with the one from water services all the way to Sibane Hotel. This road requires, I would say, higher maintenance demands. We've noted increase in traffic congestion. That is due to the rapid commercial developments within town. We also faced another challenge of road infrastructure development, constraints on privately owned land, with key access routes posing a challenge in planning, upgrading, and maintenance of this council roads. So you'd find that the council has to negotiate or rather wait for formal acquisition processes, resulting to the slow-paced development of these gravel roads. You know them. You've got Tivakashi Street, which is leading to Mandenga Lodge. You also have Twix Garden Road, which is just above our establishment here. We also have a couple of roads whereby we face this kind of challenge. However, there are opportunities whereby we are looking on collaborating, mostly with the Ministry of Public Works, whereby we can have combined solutions to improve or rather improve our main road, which is the MR103. And then on future goals and objectives, as we look ahead, as a department, we do have key strategic goals, which include the implementation of the comprehensive mobility plan by expanding our road network, the CEO has mentioned earlier. Also by expanding our walkways, as well as cycling lanes for all our residents and stakeholders. For this current financial year, there is a project we are going to be implementing along the Mandenga Drive, whereby we are going to be constructing a 2-kilometer walkway. I'm really excited for that. So I'll be happy to see all of us here use that walkway once it has been completed. And then as a department, we also look into developing and implementing the comprehensive drainage plan to address the stormwater challenges within the town. Due to this high development within the town, so we need to put ourselves in a better position
to allow for this investments, rather establishments to be well developed within Ezulwini without overwhelming the existing drainage infrastructure. We also look into the adoption. We want to look into the adoption of the Internet of Things within the department, such that when you come for your building applications, everything is done online. Even if you need to complain, you can complain online. At least that's better. Also, but mostly, we as a department, we want to strengthen partnerships with yourselves as residents. We need to strengthen partnerships with our corporates within Ezulwini. You can see we've got top-notch corporates within Ezulwini. So want to strengthen those relationships with yourselves, as well as the Ministry of Public Works, so that we have coordinated solutions with the development of the town for a better Ezulwini municipality. All this is done in alignment with the SDGs, which is your SDG number 11, Sustainable Cities. We commit to that as a department, as well as SDG number 8, which is your economic growth. My report ends there. Thank you.
Thank you, TE. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll open the floor to questions, and I'll ask the ushers to please assist in circulating the mics. Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. My name's Mike Vincent. I'd just like to hear a report on some of the accident black spots in Ezulwini which have not been discussed. The worst one is by the EPH hospital. You've got two accesses, one coming from the hospital in and out with emergency ambulances travelling very fast, and you've got the access to Nkundeni Road. We've suggested several times that a temporary roundabout be put in place while the issues can be adjusted. But nothing has happened for the last 2 years, and it's only a matter of time before there's a serious accident there. That Nkundeni Road is also way too narrow. It's now being used by heavy trucks, and if you meet one coming down, there's nowhere for you to go because of the pavement on the left-hand side. So that road desperately needs widening with the increase in traffic which services that whole area. Then the link to the MR3. Again, that's been being discussed for the last 2 or 3 years, and you won't solve the congestion on the MR103 without putting another link through to the highway. It can't happen. There's nowhere for people to go. And whilst you've got that tiny roundabout at Corner Plaza, you've always got a build-up of traffic in the evenings at 5 o'clock, and there's also now heavy trucks, interlinks coming through Ezulwini that just can't manage that traffic circle without disturbing traffic coming in both directions. So there's a lot of minor problems compared with widening the MR103. That won't solve any problems. And in fact, as previous speaker has said, it will create problems of access for people. That dual carriageway you've got past the ICC cuts off the access down to the back of Royal Villas there, and you have to go round 2 roundabouts before you can access that road. The road marking outside the hospital is a fairly cheap solution, and it would solve a lot of problems. The road is already 3 lanes wide, but there's no road markings giving people the opportunity to pull into the middle lane when they're turning in or turning across that to go to Umbaban. So I think there's a lot of smaller projects on the roads. The last one is the corner where Bulani Road, just down here, meets Twiggs Garden. There's a solid wall on the left-hand side, and accidents are just, again, waiting to happen. That could be solved possibly with just a mirror, so that you can actually see both ways when you're turning that corner. And these are simple things that tend to get overseen or ignored because the picture is on bigger projects. So if we could look into some of those, it would be a big help. Thank you.
I'm Sepo Zindela from Ward 2. I guess what I'm saying kind of correlates with what the sir before me has said. But the issue that I want to address is the one for the residential areas. When you develop the residential areas and you put in maybe commercial establishments there or industrial establishments there, I wonder what, I don't know how it looks inside the municipality, but I'd like a more concerted, proactive effort of ensuring that the convenience and the comfort of the residents and also the value of their properties is not impeded upon, because as much as we're getting commercial development and it's improving the commercial appeal of the area, it is degrading our residential value. For example, there behind the Crescent Pick and Pay, that development, that was a residential area. That development came, we had the road fixed, Gudene Road, a beautiful, quaint little road that is suitable for residents. But now we're competing with trucks. You know, I don't know how many tons, maybe is it 20 tonners, like frequent. And I don't think the road is built to endure that. It's showing signs of not being able to endure that. So to address that, it affects the lodging offerings that are being given there. It affects the aesthetics of the area. It affects our comfort and convenience, because sometimes we have to sleep with a refrigerator truck, you know, fumaring there by the gate. So we try to sleep. Some nights we try to wake up and go knock on the window and say, hey, listen, can you go park there by Cuddle Puddle, maybe not here, you know, but it causes a lot of inconvenience for us. So we really appreciate that we have a pre, during, and post engagement whenever there's a development of that nature in a residential area. A full engagement between us that's facilitated by the municipality with the developers and the construction parties. Thank you.
Andrew Vivian, Mantenga, Ward 6. We've had a recently built road going to. We have a recently built road going towards the cultural village, and I was also looking at the photographs you had of the Mantenga Drive. Both of them, you'll note that the pedestrian walkways, the sidewalks, only are on one side of the road, and it's a new, but pedestrians use both sides of the road. So I wondered if you can look at your specification when you're building new roads to make sure that in suburban areas where there's a lot of pedestrians, you have sidewalks on both sides of the road.
Okay, last question.
Hi, Sifiso Silderhays. I just want to find out what's the plan with the Combis pickup drop-off point by Tandabantu. That's been an issue for a long time.
Okay, we'll allow management to respond to the questions.
Thank you for the questions. I'll start off with my former councillor's questions. However, we had discussed those ones outside. I was hoping he was not going to bring them up. To respond for the benefit of all stakeholders, the black spots along Ngonini Road, yes, I know there have been a pain point with the council, whereby when I got to office, I really worked hard around providing a solution to the blind spot, which is giving access to Ngonini Road just near the EPH. But then we hit a rock with all the preparations. such that the solution was costing us about 18 million, including professional fees, hiking up to 22 million. So it's something the council is working on, and it's something that we'd have to improve. So currently we're working on another solution, contrary to the initial solution, which is going to be a bit affordable. But then we still have to engage with other stakeholders, which is your EEC. If you can note, just when you go into Ngoneni Road on your way to exams councils, there's that big power line which distributes power within the region of Ezulwini. So we'd have to look into how we can best relocate those pylons, such that you are able to improve the access to Ngoneni Road. Yes, we do note that the road, Ngoneni Road, it needs widening. Currently, the lanes are 2.5 meters wide each, meaning it's a low residential type of specification road, which needs widening, looking into the development which has been undertaken around that area of Ezulwini. There has been petitions which have been put by yourselves into the office, and currently we have allocated a budget, yet it still needs to be approved for the road widening of Ngoneni Road. However, currently we are just going to be looking into widening that sharp curve just near the substation, since it's one area which normally has a lot of incidents. So we're going to be looking into widening that piece of section of a road, just to improve safety and mobility within that section.
And then the other concerns which you have raised, Councillor, we do have a comprehensive mobility plan which the council is looking into implementing for the period. So all these concerns that you have mentioned, we will systematically implement them, focusing mostly on mobility within the town. And then thank you for the rather inputs on how we can improve the access just near the EPH. You had mentioned road marking. So we'll look into it and weigh which one works best. And then with the Twix Garden cave, yes, I note that we putting a mirror there would be something that's simple. May I highlight that that stretch of a road doesn't belong to the council. So as I've mentioned in my presentation, we have constraints with development due to privately owned land, which will then suffer or rather cause an inconvenience to our residents. But then the council is working towards obtaining this privately owned land, so that we are then able to develop. However, I will look into the installation of the mirror through the relevant processes and approvals from the council. And then the commercial developments around residential areas, I think the town planner will be best to respond to this one, since there are processes which are undertaken for commercial establishments to be then implemented near residential areas. There are notices which are sent out to the neighboring, or rather to the public, and there are certain processes which then we then look into before we then approve any application within the residential area. So there is a whole lot of processes that we go through before approving a commercial establishment within a residential area. And then Mr. Vivian, I hope you're going to say you are happy with the road.
So the reason we have one walkway within these roads, it's due to the fact that we have limited right of ways, or rather road reserve. So with the type of designs that we put within residential areas, we try to leave out some space for services. So remember, you've got your underground services, which is your water. Sometimes you even get your electricity within the road reserves. So we try to accommodate that space for those services. So if we put concrete on top of those road reserves, we'd find that, you know, your water services, I'm sorry to say that, they always pick stuff. So, so imagine, so we try to leave out some space for the utility service providers to have some space to work on. So hence, we normally put at least 1.5 meter walkway. For a 1.5 meter walkway with your shoulders, you're able to pass an oncoming pedestrian within a 1.5 meter walkway. So hence we have one walkway on the side. However, we will look into it, how we can best implement 2 walkways with our oncoming road developments. And then with the pickup points, town planner, may I also leave the one to you, especially the one at Tandapantu. Thank you.
Thanks, TE. The issue of residential and versus commercial, it's a challenging one, particularly that area behind Crescent. Added on to that is also the industrial that is also going on there. You are wondering what it's like at council. Council looked at those critically, and it took a position, realizing that they are going to cause the challenge that we are facing now. Unfortunately, it doesn't have the final say when it comes to the particular rezonings that were undertaken there. So we're basically hamstrung on those. Otherwise, the recognition from council, the recognition from management was such that it is going to be problematic as it is now. So I think that the local government space is highly, highly legislated. So there are things that you are able to push, and then there are things where you can only follow process. And then if authority isn't at your level, then you can only go so far. Thank you.
Thank you, CEO. Maybe to start with the first one, I was just looking through our maps and our old zoning map of the area by Midway, and many of the properties, as much as there are land use applications that are involved, many of the properties, starting with the Crescent where Pick and Pay is located, they're actually commercial plots. I think the one thing that should have or would have been taken into account in the past is the sizes of the roads, which is what is really affecting the residential area that is located at the back. But even then, that area is also a high density residential, not your normal medium density residential area. So these issues, we definitely need to find a solution to them, or so that we are able to resolve the issue of the road and the width of the road that is affecting the other uses that are around that area. And then when it comes to the drop-off and pick-up point, I think this one is an issue that we have been discussing. That this particular pick-up and drop-off point is located within the area of the MR 103, and therefore the engagements with the Ministry of Public Works and Transport needs to be undertaken through the Office of the Engineering Department regarding its sustainability and what generally are the issues if it should be removed to another area. However, it is located within the MR 103 right-of-way road. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, management. Thank you, residents, for the questions. We are moving closer to the end of our program. The next part of our program, which is the stakeholder contributions to budget, will be facilitated by the CEO. So I'd like to ask the CEO to come forward. And this is an interactive session with yourselves as attendees. Round of applause for the CEO, please.
Thank you, CSM. As the program outlines, we are now looking at contributions from yourself, which will aid us in formulating a budget as we move forward to the 2026-2027 financial year. So we are hoping that we will get input. We always feel that linked to the AGM, we can always talk to the forthcoming budget on the basis of what you've heard in terms of performance and also on the comments that you have made. We are running on 6 departments, as we have indicated, so we would like to get a spread of comments across those departments. We are running on very limited time. I think the extra time that we were given was up to 11 o'clock, so would really like pointed contributions in terms of the budget, clear indication in terms of the department which you believe it falls under, and the intervention that you'd like to see coming on to the budget. I think our team will take note of that, and then council will then look at those and will build up from there for our budget. So I'm willing to take your contributions right now. I think we'll cut off at 12:30. Thank you.
Cynthia Vivian, Ward 6. For the Works Department, budget for the Umlanvo Road upgrading, if possible. And then the whole Ward 6 area, the Greenbelt areas, to look at upgrading those as well.
Thank you, Ms. Vivian.
Thank you, Pexisa, Ward 1. Mdoni, there was a plan for a recreational park for the kids. Is it part of the budget, or can we look into that?
I'll take the last part of your contribution.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Pumzile Mdladla from Mugela Township. Our township desperately needs repairs on our roads. Really, it is not looking good. Thank you.
Noted.
Sean, I think I'm in Ward 4.
Be sure.
One of them.
Ward 4 indeed.
Ezulwini needs a civic center. Council can make money out of it as well. We need something like the facility like that.
Noted.
Timgozi Spanse, Ward 4. Due to our vulnerability, due to the fires during the winter, we had spoken about, the municipality at some point had spoken about acquiring a water bowser to try mitigate these fires because of the slow response from the fire services. Would that be acquired?
I'm taking the contribution for a water bowser to be purchased.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sonile Dlamini, Ward 4. Heard the response to the gentleman's questions there, that council is now going to just widen the corner area of our Ngonini Road. From the hospital, even further down, there's serious danger spots. We really need that road to be widened. So I've heard complaints about cost and all, but nonetheless, I think even at building stage, it was substandard. Can you try something for us? It is unsafe. Thank you.
Noted, Ngozi. I think the widening which you was talking about is something which will happen within this financial year. Otherwise, the expansion, the widening is part of the petition that was provided. So that one has to go into budget. So that next financial year, if it is approved, it goes ahead. Okay. None from town planning? Public health? Oh, Bowser, that was town planning, that's public health. Okay, social services? None. Okay. All right, if we are not cutting anyone out, I will hand over to our program director. But please do allow me, on behalf of council and on behalf of management, to really thank you for spending time with us, and also for your interaction, your suggestions, the comments that you've provided. We do take them seriously, and we hope that will continue to improve this municipality. I will, as I'm looking at that side, there was a question on elitist, so I will need to engage on that so that we don't portray ourselves negatively to our community. So I'd like to get an understanding of that particular contribution that was made. Mayor, I don't know whether I can give you the last words. Mayor is okay? All right, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Round of applause for the CEO. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for being patient with us. We know that we stretched your time. We appreciate you staying put for the remainder of the program. We take note of all these suggestions, ideas that you put forward, and the meeting is minuted and documented as well. So whatever you contributed will be reflected back on by the office. Maybe just to add that we do encourage you to follow our social media platforms. We are on LinkedIn, Facebook, and Instagram. If you just type in Ezulwini Municipality, Discover Happiness, that is our tagline. We would really appreciate you to be part of our online community. And we did take note in terms of the communication platform on WhatsApp and increasing that for far more reach. Otherwise, with that said, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to ask Councillor Matonsi to close the meeting officially with a word of prayer.
Sibonga Program Director, sibonga Residents, sibonga Mayor nilibandla lakhona councillors, sibonga CEO and Management. Sekusebenzekile. Let's pray. Baba Flowingcwele siyabonga mnikazi wempilo, sibonga umsana namhlanje na usinika lethuba. Sesikhulumisene ngosami ngalokunengi ma development alenzawo. Nkosi sinxusa wena ke Nkosi sithawu sisimplemente. Hlangabetana Nkosi yami nawo wonke Jehova ngikakhulu ama resources sicule sitawadzinga sisachuba lo msebenzi. Umuhle Nkosi wethembekile uselabo labathembela kuwe. Ubanika amandla lamasha lisuku ngelisuku. Bakhuphuke Nkosi bangatsinwa. Njengenyoni Nkosi useluswede. Sisho njalo Nkosi ndimandla wonke sesingeke sisinwe. Sisakusebenzela wena. Phuma nasi Nkosi sami sisaphuma siyenza into ehlukene. Sigcina usonto lethu Nkosi yami emseni wakho Jesu Kristu. Amen.